Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was Green Ninja and fell for Komi-san? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Un héroe en un mundo sin quirk by KachorroKosaka. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The battle against All for One took many lives in the war, not only heroes. There were also villains who perished in the heat of battle. In the end, the great evil did not care about anyone but himself. Everything for him represented manipulable pieces on a chessboard. Mr. Compress, twice, Toga, not even Shigaraki himself was spared from the crossfire. Kirishima, a good friend, died protecting me from a devastating attack. I saw Iida-kun missing a leg while Uraraka-san and Kendo-san helped him leave the battlefield. Todoroki-kun lost his left eye and his right hand while raising a protective wall of ice. Sato was another of the casualties along with Shiro. Ojiro had lost his entire tail. Jiru was missing one of his jacks, while Tsuyu had her right leg completely broken in 4 places, making it difficult for her to help. Yaoyorozu-san had serious injuries to her abdomen and arms. Her insistence on providing us with equipment for the battle had left her in very serious condition and almost on the verge of death. However, the worst of all had been seeing how Kachan had been killed in front of me, with his own quirk. All for One had stolen it and used it on my best friend. Anger, helplessness, frustration, hatred. All of that was what I felt for that person right now. He stood in front of me, his hand open, laughing. Goodbye. Symbol of peace. Before he could finish his sentence, strange black silhouettes that seemed to have a life of their own clung to the villain's neck and limbs. The one for all rays, normally green, were now black, with a sinister red glow. Ah! The green-haired man shouted, while the black whip quirk seemed to begin to act as if it had a life of its own. They were covering and squeezing so tightly, the arms and legs making the villain himself feel like his own bones were breaking with the force that was being exerted. Damn it! Let me go! The symbol of evil screamed, but Izuku Midoriya wasn't going to listen. This is for Sato! Exclaimed the green-haired man, taking advantage of the fact that he was motionless to punch the villain in the abdomen. The force was so much that the villain hunched over. This is for Shiro! Shouted the green-haired man, holding the whips tightly to pull the villain and begin to crash him into all the buildings surrounding the battlefield, causing them to crumble. In the distance, the green-haired boy's friends looked at each other worriedly. Izuku seemed to have lost his mind. Right now, we can see many rods piercing the villain's body, which looked very hurt. And this Izuku approached the villain, who was moving somewhat weakly. No matter how hard he tried, something was blocking the quirks he had stolen. This is for Kirishima! The green-haired man shouted, propelling himself with a jump and falling with an axe kick. Unfortunately for him, All for One managed to activate the airfield, preventing the blow from reaching him. The whips were cut by the air pressure, then Izuku was smashed into a riot of rocks. Damn kid! Really? You hurt me a lot, said the villain. He looked at the metal rods embedded in his body and began to remove them, while his wounds burned and regenerated as fast as they could. The games are over, and good man, it's time for you to go to hell! Shouted the supervillain, causing his hands to mutate in a strange way and several metal plates to melt into his knuckles. Izuku tried to get up, then the punches began to arrive one by one on the body of the green-haired boy. What did you think? The villain questioned. That a simple outburst of unjustified anger would be enough. He mocked as the blows continued, making the green-haired boy roll his eyes and vomit blood. I am God, stupid boy. I am a superior being. Nothing and no one can defeat me, much less a silly child with absurd dreams. The villain exclaimed when a flame hit his back, managing to stop him. The villain turned around and could see that it was that boy with the ice and fire quirk. His right hand seemed to have been replaced by a hand created from his ice quirk. Could you wait? Once I'm done with him, you can be next, the villain mentioned, but Todoroki ran in his direction and, taking advantage of the fact that even with his right leg he could create ice, he made some stakes come out of the ground. However, the villain made no attempt to avoid them. At that moment, an elongated tongue grabbed Izuku by the torso and pulled him from the battlefield. Now we can see how Tsuyu had managed to lure the green-haired boy to a safe area, where Uraraka was examining him. Come on, Deku, react. You can't die, not yet, the girl said, while Todoroki did his best to maintain a battle with the greatest villain of all. Guess where I am? All for one mentioned making himself invisible, while Todoroki tried to stay calm. Now he was at a disadvantage. It was then that a blue ray came out of nowhere and hit Endeavor's son, making him leave the battlefield. This. Using Toru and Aoyama's quirks, Kyoka mentioned, looking down at the villain from an elevated position, who slowly began to levitate a few meters in the air. Come on, young promise. You can't leave all the work to your support partner, All for one said calmly with his hands behind his back. I guess I'll have to make you leave. He said calmly while with a movement of his hand, several debris rose in the air and then were thrown in the direction of Todoroki, who could barely move. The boy tried to activate his fireside to melt everything, however he was so hurt and tired that there was no way. It was then that the rubble was reduced to dust, while a silhouette stood with its back to him. If your father knows that I let you die, I will be next on his list, mentioned a young blonde man who had red wings on his back and a very long feather that he carried in his right hand. The traitor of traitors, there is no doubt that you were a very impressive double spy. I will take care of putting an end to that luck of yours, said the villain while black clouds began to swirl over the battlefield, while powerful lightning bolts fell and made the ground rumble. If I'm not afraid of Mirko when I'm in a bad mood, I'm even less afraid of lightning, the feathered hero said mockingly while looking. Hawks would try to buy some time, although he knew that if all might or endeavor couldn't beat this guy, he had less chance. Mente de Izuku. Once again the boy was covered by shadows. The only things visible were his eyes, nose and hair. The rest of his body was covered by shadows, while in front of him were the bearers. You can't let us win, we're still with you, the first bearer mentioned. He turned into a kind of red orb of light and got into the green-haired man's chest. Come on kid, do what we couldn't do in life, said the second carrier, turning into a purple light that, just like the white-haired one, ended up entering Izuku's body. You are strong and perhaps the best of us. One by one the carriers transformed into colored lights and entered Midoriya's chest, blue, yellow, pink, green, and ended with Nana staring at him. A true hero saves not only lives, but spirits as well. So no matter how scary things get, smile. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. It's something I taught Toshinori, the woman commented, turning into a white orb of light that entered Izuku's chest. The green-haired boy woke up suddenly, finding himself in perhaps the worst situation in the world. All for one was grabbing Mineta by the neck, who kept throwing his detachable spheres at him, hoping to somehow slow him down, while the girls seemed to be the last line of defense. Girls. I hope I look really great, Mineta said, shedding tears knowing it was his end. Then only a crack was heard, his head fell back with his eyes rolling, and then it was seen how before the eyes of the girls and Izuku, Mineta began to disintegrate as if he had never existed. Mineta! The girls shouted as they watched their friend being mercilessly murdered. Who's next? All for one asked, looking at the girls. Momo stood up, ready to create some weapons, but... Stop, the green-haired boy asked, drawing the girls' attention. No more unnecessary deaths, Izuku mentioned. It hurt him to see one more death, but he wasn't going to let this continue. You and I, we'll fix this. No henchmen, no hostages. Do you want my quirk? The green-haired boy questioned, looking at the villain, who could see how the one for all's rays shone more intensely. Come and take it from me, the green-haired boy sentenced, launching himself against the villain. Everything went dark. Was it all a dream? Or perhaps a memory? The green-haired young man, wearing a school uniform consisting of a jacket, shirt, pants, and shoes, wondered. Midoriya. Midoriya, I'm talking to you. A very annoyed voice was heard, then all for one disappeared. The alluded to raised his head from his desk, and when he focused his eyes, he could see a woman with pink hair and blue eyes with her arms crossed. Kiki Kirisu-sensei. The green-haired boy exclaimed in shock. The woman just sighed while the rest of the green-haired boy's classmates laughed at the boy's bad luck. Midoriya-san, if you find my class boring you can leave, but remember that you will still get a failing grade if this continues like this, the woman commented seriously while the boy nodded quickly and lowered his gaze. I'm so sorry, I promise it won't happen again, said the green-haired man, watching the woman walk slowly and elegantly back to the blackboard in front of the entire class. Don't make promises you won't keep, the woman declared, further embarrassing Izuku. What he didn't notice was a young woman with black hair and eyes of the same shade looking at him curiously. The school bell began to ring, ending class and allowing the boys to have lunch. The green-haired boy stood up with a sigh and began to walk, when that pair of bright jet-black orbs looked at him again. It's been a year since the fight against All for One. His last move was to create a portal with Kurogiri's power, and now, I'm in a strange dimension. How'd I know it's another dimension? It's very simple. Every time I search for information about All Might or other well-known superheroes, the data doesn't exist. I have to find a way to return home, because even the voices of the former carriers are getting weaker and weaker. The green-haired boy opted to put on his headphones as he walked through the halls of his current school. Everything was so strange. As he walked, he passed a sign with a top hat and the Queen of Hearts card that read, "Club members wanted. If interested, please come to room E3." Now the boy was outside. They used to see him very alone all the time, and the fact that he was so shy made it difficult to talk to him, but that was not going to be the impediment for that young woman with black hair who, strangely, had 2 strands of hair stand up, which took the shape of cat ears. Diaryus, attention all units. The armed group that attacked the bank in the Shibuya district now has 15 hostages. Please report to the theater in the area. Diaryus, the green-haired man, listened attentively to a police station through his headphones. Not on my watch, Izuku said, running to an area where no one could see him. When he was sure, he took off his uniform, revealing that underneath he was wearing an outfit quite similar to his hero costume. It consisted of a tight green t-shirt. He wore a mask that covered half of his face in the style of a ninja and a hood to hide his hair. One for all, the boy said, clenching his fists while his quirk manifested strongly, and then he jumped, causing the person who had been following him to open their eyes wide, showing great confusion. The boy now moved through the air thanks to his levitation ability, allowing him to increase the range between jumps and land safely on the roofs of buildings. Izuku looked quite serious. It seemed like some things would never change. There would always be evil everywhere. It was an 8-minute drive, and then he saw the police had arrived. "This is the police. We have them surrounded," said a uniformed officer with a megaphone in hand. "Don't fuck with me. If you don't want us to start killing the hostages, you'd better." The thief began to shout his demands while Izuku watched, hidden from where the police couldn't see them. "If I could get in somewhere, I could ambush them with the smokescreen to disorient them, but first I have to make sure they can't hurt the hostages," the green-haired man mentioned, analyzing the battlefield. He couldn't leave any nail loose in this situation. "If you don't give in, we're going to start doing a lot of damage," the criminal exclaimed, firing his weapon, causing the police to take cover. "Okay, calm down, just calm down, and please, if there are children, let them out. We are requesting each of the things you have asked for," said the officer, wanting to keep calm. "Until I see my car and the pizza, I'm not letting anyone go," the gang leader declared, closing the place while 2 other armed men stood guard at the door. "Well, it's now or never," the green-haired man complained, getting off the roof to start moving towards the theater. If it had a back door, he could get in through there. It was an alley and it looked a bit dirty, but there was a man standing guard, when without realizing it, something grabbed him by the leg and pulled him, making him scream as he dropped his gun. "How many are there?" Izuku asked, trying to make his voice serious and intimidating. There are 4 of us," the man said, as the green-haired man proceeded to tape his mouth and wrists to prevent him from escaping. He then entered through the back door, finding the backstage area completely dark. However, he could hear voices up ahead. "I have to knock them out before they scream. I can't afford for them to make noise and alert the others," the green-haired man mentioned while advancing cautiously. "The police are so stupid. Look at them complying with such absurd demands," one of the bank robbers mocked. "Also, I don't want to give any hostages back. These girls look pretty good if you think about it," said another of the guys while poking one of the girls' chest with the barrel of his gun. "Please stop," a young woman begged in fear, shedding tears. Then a shot was heard and the man fell to the ground, wounded, clutching his arm. "Son of a bitch. Are you crazy? Damn it. This hurts like shit," the wounded man exclaimed, even though the bullet had only grazed him. "No one will touch anyone. We wait for our food, our vehicle, and we'll leave. We don't have to make this bigger. Now get up unless you want an ambulance to pick you up while we leave," the leader sentenced sternly. "Damn crazy man," the guy said through gritted teeth. "I can't waste any more time," the green-haired man said, trying to position himself well. However, he felt something against his head at the moment his danger sensor was activated. "Boss, I found an infiltrator and, oh shit, it's you. You're the green ninja." He shouted as a cloud of smoke spread everywhere, making everyone start coughing. "Get out of wherever you are," the leader ordered, when he heard footsteps above his head. Then he could see how the green ninja moved between the theater props. "There you are," the subject exclaimed to shoot at Izuku. "They're shooting fast. Move away. Immobilize those two at the entrance," the officer ordered, directing them to open fire on the guards, who hid behind a couple of columns. "Damn, everything has become complicated," the leader of the criminals sentenced. It was when he was lifted along with another member of his group. This only left the one who was injured, so he had no choice but to take a hostage. "Let me go," a young brunette with long hair complained, while the man continued to search for the green ninja. "Come on, get out of there or I'll blow his brains out," said the guy looking for Izuku while the smoke screen began to dissipate. That's when he could see his companions and their leader hanging upside down with the same theater props. At that moment, the criminal's weapon was grabbed by one of Izuku's black whips and snatched from his hands. Then the green ninja appeared. "Don't complicate things any further. Let her go," the green-haired man asked the nervous man. "I don't want to hurt you. Just let the hostages go and everything will be okay," said the ninja, stretching out his hand to reach the girl. "You win," the man said, releasing the brunette. She quickly hugged Izuku for protection. "Are you okay?" the boy asked, looking at the girl. "Yes." At that moment the criminal took out a knife and the green-haired man turned around covering the girl with his own body. The knife entered Izuku's skin, while the criminal laughed. "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" the man asked, while the green ninja endured the pain as best he could. The man withdrew the knife, ready to continue stabbing, when a gunshot stopped him. "Stop right there, policeman!" a man exclaimed. Then Izuku let go of the girl and began to flee. He couldn't allow himself to be caught. "Don't let him escape," the leader of the police force ordered. They followed Izuku to the back door, but when they opened it, they only found smoke that prevented them from seeing where he had gone. Midoriya was now moving across the roofs hoping to return to school before anyone noticed his absence. "We lost him again, sir," complained one of the officers, bothering his captain. "Green ninja," the man complained, "check the hostages and call the paramedics. We have a wounded man. Also get those idiots off the roof and search the entire theater," the man explained to his team, who began to follow orders. "Green ninja," the young brunette murmured, remembering how being in his arms made her feel protected. Minutes later, the green-haired boy had returned to his hiding place, which was actually a gardening store on the school grounds. Right now, he needed to put some gauze and alcohol on his wound. However, when he opened the door, he ended up finding a huge surprise. "I'm in trouble," the green-haired man said, swallowing hard. In front of Izuku was that young woman with black hair. The girl had a backpack with what seemed to be her school uniform. When she saw Izuku, the backpack fell. "I can explain it." The girl, seeing him, became somewhat trembling, and before she realized it, she ran past the green-haired man at high speed. "If I don't stop her, it's my end," the green-haired man mentioned with a shocked expression. "It's been almost 24 hours since that girl saw me use One for All. The secret that I have kept for so long has now been discovered due to my carelessness, but I can't give up. I have to find this girl and beg her not to say anything or make some kind of deal with her so that the information doesn't leak out. However, every time I ask about her, the students at my school, well, she usually behaves strangely." Right now we can see how Izuku had survived the first hours of school. He was lucky, he arrived at break time. However, with his gaze he desperately searched for this girl. There was no trace of her anywhere. However, he found one of the most popular girls in his class. Maybe she could help him find her. "Good morning, Yamai-san." Izuku approached somewhat cautiously to a young brunette with long hair. The girl was wearing a beige jacket, which reached below her waist, revealing some folds of her school skirt. "Good morning, Midoriya-san." The girl returned the greeting with a smile. Izuku had seen many smiles, but this one, it felt very different from the smiles he had seen. It seemed too forced. "Yamai-san, if it's not a bother to you, I wanted to ask you something." "May I?" the green-haired man asked, hoping she could help him with his problem. "Oh, Midoriya, you're a good boy, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you," the young woman replied calmly, looking at the green-haired boy. "Hey, my question has nothing to do with that," the boy replied with a drop of sweat running down his neck. Oh, that's great, then I'll try to help you. Tell me, what can I do for you? Asked the most cheerful girl. The green-haired boy felt strange. That girl was not normal at all. His danger sensor was screaming loudly at him, stay away from her. You see, yesterday I looked at a girl, slender, light skin, black hair, and she was very pretty if I'm honest, replied the green-haired boy, slightly blushing while scratching his cheek remembering Komi. Come on, Midoriya, do you want me to play matchmaker? I don't usually play that kind of thing, but the lone wolf situation at school is catching my attention, the young woman replied with a mischievous smile. Lone wolf? Midoriya asked, a drop of sweat running down his neck. This made him remember his friend Shoto Todoroki, a true lone wolf in his early days at UA. So, who caught your eye? I'm dying to know, the girl commented with excitement, knowing that someone as mysterious as Izuku was interested in a girl. Well, I think I've seen her in this classroom, as I recall, her last name is Komi. At that moment the boy was roughly grabbed by the collar of his shirt and Yamai's happy and lively expression changed to a strange and disturbing one. What does a virgin scum like you want with Komi-sama? The girl questioned with a look of madness. Damn, this girl was scarier than Toga. Yamai-san, the boy called, very scared. He even started to sweat as he watched the young woman practically pull a pair of scissors out of nowhere. Komi-sama is too good for you to get close to her, the young woman sentenced while slowly bringing the sharp object closer to the green-haired man's face. Do you want to die? I can fulfill your wishes. Now bow your head while I hit you excessively until you lose consciousness, the young woman asked, smiling in such a disturbing way that the green-haired man felt that he would soon join the rest of the One for All bearers. Seriously, the people of this world are crazy, the green-haired boy thought, terrified. Wait. Yamai-san, the boy said when a hand stopped the aforementioned one, making her turn her gaze. Yamai, enough. A young brunette with her hair styled in a ponytail and a couple of long strands framing her face stated. Yamai grimaced in disgust at seeing that she had been stopped, then made a "I'm watching you" sign to Izuku and left through the school hallways. You should be more careful, Midoriya-san. The subject of Komi-san in this school is delicate, the young savior of the green-haired boy clarified. Thank you for your help, Onmine-san. The boy sighed regretfully, making her smile. It was the first time that both of them had a conversation that wasn't a good morning. You're welcome, but why the sudden interest in Komi-san? We've always seen you as some sort of lone wolf, the girl commented, leaning against a wall, while Izuku let his head hang. There was that concept again, the lone wolf. Well, it's just that, the boy said, searching for a convincing answer. The girl realized it was a difficult topic to talk about, especially with a stranger. He saw you do something embarrassing and you want to stop him from saying something, right? The young woman asked, surprising Izuku, an answer very close to what really happened. You could say so, the green-haired man replied, scratching the back of his neck. Wow, now I'm intrigued and interested. I wonder what Komi-san saw you doing, but anyway, if you're trying so hard to hide it, you better go look for her. It's lunchtime. Look for a place where there are a lot of people gathered. They usually idolize her as a goddess, the young woman explained calmly, beginning to leave. Onmine-san, the boy called, making her turn around. Thank you for your help, said the boy. This made the girl happy. You're welcome, Midoriya-san, and I hope that one day you can tell me what Komi-san discovered about you. With those words the green-haired man was left alone. It's not that easy, the green-haired boy whispered and then put on a look of determination. I have to find her and prevent her from revealing about One for All at all costs, the boy mentioned on air, without realizing someone had heard him, and from this silhouette only a malevolent smile where a fang predominated could be seen. Izuku went in search of the girl, and just as Onmine-san said, there was a great crowd of people watching from a distance. While in the middle of it all, Komi-san tried to eat and did it as slowly as possible, creating an image of pure elegance. There it is, said the green-haired man, feeling relieved. He walked ready to get to where Komi-san was, but his sense of danger screamed in his head, Diaryus, careful. Diaryus. A soccer ball streaked through the skies and began to fall quite quickly in the direction close to Izuku. The projectile seemed to have chosen a target, one that was completely unaware of its surroundings. Midoriya, noticing this, moved quickly. The target didn't realize it until the ball was inches from her face. Then, a hand appeared in front of her, stopping the ball's trajectory. Izuku reflexively squeezed the ball and it exploded, drawing some attention from some students. "That was close," the green-haired man said, relieved, as a can of drink fell to the floor, revealing a strange green design as the liquid spread across the floor. A silence fell over those who witnessed such a feat. Izuku, realizing his mistake, simply ran away. The boys could barely process what had happened, not because of the speed, but because of bursting a new ball with his bare hands. Surprising Izuku's demure silhouette mentioned, watching him walk away. Some of the students followed Deku, unaware that Komi had also disappeared in the commotion. The green-haired boy was now walking through the school hallways, his sense of heroism betraying him once again. "This is going from bad to worse," Izuku complained, dragging his feet and walking with his head down. When suddenly he looked up, he found Komi looking at a door. Izuku looked at her from a distance and how she raised her hand a little wanting to take the doorknob. However, what the green-haired boy didn't notice was that due to the distance, the girl was trembling. Komi lowered her hand and simply walked away. She didn't feel ready for this. The green-haired man forgot that he had to talk to her. He simply approached the door. E3. "Midoriya was over here," some boys exclaimed, causing Izuku to quickly open the door and lock himself inside. "Welcome to the world of magic," a voice greeted from behind the green-haired boy. Izuku blinked in confusion. When he turned around, all he could see was a girl in her school uniform, but with some extra accessories, a top hat, a cape, and lots of cards flying around. Her hair was gray and was short, reaching the height of her neck. She had beautiful blue eyes and pink lips. "Hello," the green-haired boy greeted, making the girl turn completely red, to the point where the scene changed to her near a trash can vomiting. "Huh!" the boy exclaimed in shock at the girl's sudden strange reaction. Once she recovered, the young woman was standing. Her face was red, she was sweating, and her eyes were in spirals, while she inhaled and exhaled with her mouth open. "Are you okay? You're all red and sweating. Do you want me to call a teacher?" Izuku asked, worried at the girl's reaction. No, I'm fine. I have an infallible remedy for these situations," said the young woman somewhat nervously. She took out a pen. "I take something to write with. I write public on my hand and then I swallow it," said the girl as if it were a bite of some food, but then, the nausea returned and she vomited again. "Which school did I end up in?" Izuku asked himself regretfully. Seconds later, the green-haired man looked like he was about to leave, but the girl stopped him by grabbing him by his clothes. "Wait, don't go, I want to show you the magic trick. Welcome to the club," the young woman asked. This made the green-haired man let out a heavy sigh and turn around. Izuku ended up sitting on a chair in the club while the gray-haired girl smiled. Prepare to be impressed. This trick is called the cute senpai tied with a rope. The girl declared. It was her most desperate move, but it was her only option. "Tied up?" the green-haired man asked, something telling him this was going to go very wrong. The girl fixed everything. Her wrists were tied behind her back, while she gave an introduction about how awesome this would be. However, in a matter of seconds, Izuku's nose suffered the consequences, a small trickle of blood running down as he looked away out of respect. "Huh, I can't understand it. How did it end up like this?" said the girl, who ended up in a rather risque situation with the ropes sticking in certain places that only made her a little uncomfortable, while Izuku stood up ready to leave. "No, wait. Don't go, the girl asked. When Izuku left and closed the door behind him, he found Komi trying to get back in. She got a little scared when she saw him and distanced herself. "Komi-san, I've been looking for you. I need to talk to you," the boy mentioned, making the young woman go into a state of shock, and she even seemed to be vibrating with an overly intense look. "Komi-san," called the boy, looking at the dark-eyed girl. "Just tell him what you wanted to tell him," were Nana's weak words inside Izuku. "Komi-san, the truth is I was looking for you to ask you to please keep my secret," said the green-haired boy, somewhat tired, hoping that she could understand. "But now, what I want to know is if you need help," commented the green-haired boy, looking up. With those words, Komi seemed to calm down. "Well, it doesn't matter now. I hope you can keep my secret, otherwise, I'll have to move to another city," explained the boy. "Take care, Komi-san," said the green-haired boy smiling at her. With that way he turned around to leave, however, something he didn't expect happened. Izuku felt himself being grabbed by the sleeve of his jacket, and then guided to an empty classroom. She led him to a blackboard and, taking a piece of chalk, wrote, "I promise, if you keep my secret." "Secret?" Izuku asked, watching her erase what she had written. "Diaryus, nobody had noticed. They think I'm very interesting because I don't talk to them, but in reality, I have problems communicating with others," Diaryus explained, the girl turning to look at Izuku. "Wait, no one noticed?" the green-haired boy questioned, while she shook her head. "And I'm supposed to be the Deku," the green-haired boy complained, when he began to hear the chalk lightly hitting the blackboard and something sliding in strokes. "When other people talk to me, I get very nervous and my face tenses up. When you approached me so suddenly, I got very nervous, but when you explained the situation to me, I began to calm down a little," the girl explained. Izuku began reading everything Komi wrote, seeing how people were scared when they saw her in her nervous state, and even a classmate had fainted at the sight of her like that. The green-haired boy could see the difficult situation she was facing, especially when she began to talk to him about her loneliness in high school. While she was writing, she seemed to be letting out all the things she had been storing up for years. She had her back to him, but Izuku could notice an all too familiar aura of sadness and loneliness. He could even clearly see how when she paused she clenched her fists and some tears fell to the ground. "Diaryus, what if I talk to people? What can I talk to them about? What if they don't like my voice? And they think I'm boring? What if?" Diaryus, the chalk broke and she looked very agitated after writing so intensely. "Diaryus, when I saw you for the first time, I saw you alone and sad like me. I always tried to get closer to you, to talk to you when I saw you so discouraged, but my voice never came out." Diaryus, the girl began to sob while the green-haired man now felt bad for his companion's situation. "Komi-san," the boy called, while she turned around with tears in her eyes, which she wiped with the sleeve of her jacket. "Diaryus, sorry for the trouble I caused you. Your secret will be safe with me, after all. I will never tell anyone. Goodbye, Izuku." Diaryus, Komi wrote while the green-haired man felt a little relieved to have his secret safe. The girl turned around and started walking towards the exit. Izuku clenched his fists, gathered his courage and then approached the blackboard where he began to write, getting the girl's attention. "Diaryus, if you're wondering, I have super strength. I'm very fast and I can fly." Diaryus wrote the green-haired boy, getting Komi's attention. "Diaryus, I thought that, since you saw me, it was best for you to know what I can do. The truth is I have 5 other powers, but they are complicated to explain." Diaryus mentioned the boy looking at the girl, who went to the blackboard. "Diaryus, you can test me." Diaryus, Izuku smiled and she noticed. She sounded very haughty. "Diaryus, if you want." Diaryus, she mentioned somewhat blushing. With that sentence, the two began a long, written conversation, where Izuku answered questions and gave some small demonstrations that surprised the young woman. Then it was Komi's turn to tell him about her tastes. Then, everything reached its most important point. "What is your dream, Izuku?" Komi asked, looking at the green-haired boy. "My dream was to become the #1 hero in all of Japan. Now I just want to return home to my family and friends," the green-haired man explained. "Go back home?" Komi asked, tilting her head slightly. "Diaryus, I'll explain it to you more calmly another time. I wouldn't like to overwhelm you with so many words." Diaryus, the green-haired man commented, making the girl nod. "Diaryus, what is your dream, Komi-san?" Diaryus, the green-haired man asked, putting down the chalk. The girl turned a little red with embarrassment, but she wrote, "Diaryus, call me Shoko. I'll call you Izuku." "Diaryus," said the girl, receiving a sorry from the green-haired boy. "Diaryus, before I wanted to have 100 friends, but as time went by I realized that having too many friends is useless. Now the only thing I want is to have real friends that I can count on when I need them." Diaryus, the girl put down the chalk and looked away in sadness. "So, you can count on me whenever you need me. I'll be your first friend." This news shocked the girl while a blush adorned her cheeks. The green-haired boy felt calm with himself now. "Diaryus, thank you very much, Izuku." "Diaryus," the girl erased the phrase and wrote something else. "Diaryus, it's late and I have to go back home. Avoid getting hurt in the streets. I don't want to feel fear or worry for my friend." Diaryus, when she wrote those words she turned red with embarrassment. "Shoko-san?" the boy asked, The girl turned around and ran away. Wait, Shoko Izuku tried to follow her, but as he walked out the door, a hand grabbed him by the clothes. What's wrong, scared puppy? Did you scare your little princess? You're so disgusting. A girl mentioned, which made Izuku take a step back. That smile, and that mocking expression, it felt like he was seeing her personality. It's like seeing Toga, the green-haired man thought in shock. Aizawa-sensei was right. I have a natural talent for getting into trouble, although for some reason, I'm starting to think that my original quirk has to do with bad luck. Right now, Izuku was standing in front of a dark-skinned girl, her long, straight, jet-black hair reaching the middle of her back. The girl was standing in front of Midoriya, wearing a white short-sleeved blouse, a skirt, and white sneakers. The green-haired man felt somewhat uneasy. That smile and those golden eyes made him feel like both prey and predator. "Excuse me," said the green-haired man who was trying to reach Komi, who simply ran away because of the shame she felt leaving him behind. "What a puppy. Are you still following the master who abandoned you?" she asked, taking a step forward while Izuku took a step back, his sense of danger screaming at him that she was very dangerous. "Are you a stalker?" asked the girl who began to walk with her hands behind her back, while Midoriya took a step back every time she advanced in his direction. Each step made that smile grow bigger. "Nay, do you need anything?" the green-haired boy asked, sweating a little, noticing how that smile grew bigger this time. "There's no doubt about it, you must be very disgusting to follow a girl who ran away from you. Who would have thought you were a stalker?" the young woman mocked, while the green-haired man with freckles began to get uncomfortable with her presence. "No. I'm not a stalker," the green-haired man replied with a drop of sweat while he tried to understand what was happening with this girl who came out of nowhere. "That's what a stalker would say. Disgusting, disgusting, you are a disgusting being," the girl mocked. Izuku simply sighed, turned around and continued walking. The girl blinked in confusion. Usually, at this point they would cry or faint from stress, however this boy simply left her behind. "I don't understand what's going on here, but it would be best to avoid it completely," the green-haired boy, noticing that there was no way to find Komi, simply continued on his way. It was then that a red-haired girl blocked his way. "Diaryus, now what?" "Diaryus," the green-haired boy thought, confused. "Hello," the freckled boy greeted, when the redhead simply extended her hands with a can of green soda. "Thank you for deflecting the ball." The girl bowed, leaving the drink in the green-haired man's hands and then left. "Wait," Deku shouted, but the girl had already left. "I feel like a protagonist of the romance mangas that Kaminari-san read," the green-haired man commented. It was then that he looked more closely at the drink. "Matcha?" he questioned, confused. He had never seen that flavor. The day continued its course. The green-haired boy could see that Komi was back in the classroom, but when he tried to get closer, the phone began to vibrate, so the boy put on his headphones to listen carefully. "We have a 30-year-old man. He's on the roof of the city bank and he's determined to jump. Send someone trained to negotiate." Diaryus. To work. Izuku left the classroom, attracting Komi's attention. The girl looked at this with curiosity, so she decided to follow him. Along the way, Izuku was so focused on the transmission details. Then, Midoriya simply bumped into someone. "I'm sorry." Izuku apologized with his eyes closed. When he opened them he got the scare of his life. "Key. Kurisu-sensei," the green-haired boy exclaimed in surprise. "Midoriya, watch where you're going and don't get into trouble," the woman said sternly, continuing on her way. That woman always made him very nervous. However, the green-haired man's cell phone began to vibrate a little, and when he looked at it, he could see that it was an alert. "Damn, I can't keep wasting time," the green-haired boy complained, running towards his lair where he had his hero suit. Abandoned warehouse. Izuku's lair. Komi arrived at the green-haired man's hideout where she found him putting on his hood to hide his identity. Feeling watched, Izuku turned his head and found the girl standing in the doorway. The young woman looked worried while Midoriya smiled at her under his mask and gave her a thumbs up. "Everything will be fine. I'm not a big fan of these things, but maybe you can see me on the internet or the evening news. Don't worry, I'll be back safe and sound." The boy said goodbye, then took position and in one jump disappeared while Komi closed her eyes and with her hands lowered her skirt, waiting for the air to calm down. Izuku, the girl mentioned in a low voice when she was alone. With that, the girl looked at the place. It looked somewhat disorganized. Maybe she could do a little cleaning to make it look like the lair of a true hero. Izuku moved by jumping from rooftop to rooftop in very long leaps. He may have lost his Deku suit, but the new one wasn't bad either. That green hood and the mask covering his nose and mouth helped a lot to hide him. In the conflict zone, it was clear that there were many police officers surrounding the building, and there was even a fire truck with some men in yellow ready to intervene. Chief, the doors are barricaded with chairs. We've checked every door and they're all blocked. There's no way in, and the truck's ladder won't reach the target, the fire chief announced. Then we'll do it from above, the police chief declared, and within minutes a helicopter appeared, but this only served to further disrupt the target. Don't come any closer. Leave me alone. The man shouted. He was wearing an elegant suit and carrying a half-empty bottle of sake. Go away. Leave me alone. I just want to end my damn misery, exclaimed the target, throwing the bottle at the helicopter. Sir, calm down, we're going to talk, said a woman who seemed to be in charge of calming down the man in the elegant clothes. Talk? I have nothing to talk about now, HIP, the man declared, shaking his fist in the air. What if you move away from the corner? The negotiator asked, wanting to establish some kind of bond with the man. Are you hungry? Do you want us to get you something to eat or drink? The negotiator asked, looking at the man. Izuku was now standing in a nearby building, perfectly able to witness what was happening. This is bad. If you don't give him his space, the pressure will make him make a wrong decision, commented the green-haired man. Even stranger, they are making a lot of fuss about a person on the roof. I've heard of people who climb onto the roof and just jump, thought the green-haired man out loud. From one moment to the next the people screamed in horror, and that was the signal for Izuku. The boy jumped and with his outstretched hand released the power of the black whips. It was then that they reached the man and wrapped him around. The people around him began to applaud Izuku for saving a life. The police chief felt like an idiot again, because this vigilante kept interfering in the police cases. Catch him, ordered the police chief, having a squad of his men move towards the building through which the green-haired man entered. Inside the building, Izuku could be seen getting up from the ground and watching the man approach the nearest trash can and begin vomiting inside it. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? The green-haired man asked, while the man continued vomiting. You shouldn't have saved me, complained the man, catching some of the breath he was lacking. Why did you want to take your life? The green-haired man asked, staring at the man. He simply sat on the floor, staring at the carpet. First of all, my wife is cheating on me, the man said. Izuku tried to speak but the guy got ahead of him. My son, my pride, is not my son, he is another man's. They were about to fire me from the bank I was trying to jump off and they diagnosed me with a terminal illness a couple of days ago, simply. I wanted everything to end quickly, the guy explained, letting out a sigh of regret, while the squad began to head towards where they both were. Well, it's very difficult for him, but he shouldn't let himself be defeated like that. There must still be something he cares about. Tell me, do you love your son? The green-haired man asked. Yes, but he tried to speak. This time Izuku went ahead. Then don't give up. You may have discovered things that have hurt you a lot, but I'm sure your son wouldn't like to know what he did to get so desperate, the boy mentioned, kneeling down where the boy removed his mask and smiled. You're a child, the man muttered, watching as Izuku covered himself again. People who smile in the face of adversity will always be the strongest. Try to smile while you face your problems. Smile while you live with your son. Share the best moments until your last breath. Keep fighting. Work to help him fulfill his dreams. I assure you that it will be something that he will be grateful for all his life, explained the green-haired man. You are very wise for being so young. Perhaps you are right. If I had taken my own life, my son would have suffered a lot. Thank you, the man mentioned when Izuku turned his back on him and began to run. He jumped out the window just as the office door was kicked and the officers entered through it, finding only the target. Sir, the target is safe. He has minor injuries but there is no trace of the ninja, reported the man in charge of the operation. I'm watching it, the police chief commented. The man did not look happy at all, and he completely disliked that people were getting excited about a ridiculous security guard who only knew how to take their jobs and make them fade into the background. "I'm going to catch you," the man said, watching the green ninja move across the roofs of the businesses. That night, in various homes, we see different families living together. In the first of these homes, we see two girls fighting over the television remote when it suddenly fell to the floor and broke in half. "Ah, the remote control," a girl with short orange hair shouted, holding her head. "Look what you did, now we'll have to walk and manually change the TV," complained a woman with long, straight red hair and a large fringe that covered her entire forehead. "Is that possible?" asked the woman with orange hair. "Of course, you just have to. She turns around, it doesn't have buttons," the redhead commented when she noticed that a remote control was definitely needed. Hot news. "Oh no, it's the news channel. Quick, Nino, you have to order a new remote through Amazon, or we'll be doomed to watch this forever," the orange-haired girl demanded, shaking her sister. "Good evening, everyone. Today's news is hot. What do we mean by that? Simple. It's because our dear friend and city watchman did a good deed and was caught on camera saving a man who was falling from the top of the National Bank. Video is streaming. In the video you could see how Izuku jumped and with his black whip caught the man who was in the middle of the fall." Moving on to the next home, we can see that we are now in the house of that gray-haired young woman who was wearing some curious pajamas with a print of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, the figures on playing cards. "That's amazing. If he can teach me how to fly, I could add him to my magic act," the girl exclaimed excitedly, and it was evident in the stars lighting up her eyes. In a different home, we can see how a man and a woman were sitting on a sofa watching television together. The gentleman had a calm expression on his face while the woman looked very happy and smiled, enjoying her quality time with her husband. Era, that ninja who saves the city is a hero. He makes me feel somehow that our family is more protected." "What do you think, dear?" asked the woman, while her husband nodded and soldered a hum. At that moment a young silhouette appeared and found his parents watching television. "Oh Shoko, you must have finished your homework. How good, dinner will be here in a few minutes, we'll be eating katsudon, by the way." "Did you already know about the ninja hero?" the woman asked, startling Shoko. She looked at the television and saw how they repeated the scene where Izuku jumped and saved a man from imminent death. The father could see how his daughter had become startled and was now trembling a little. However, after preventing a tragedy, our hero ended up embarking on a humorous escape to avoid giving explanations. "Who is this hero? Are you really a hero? Why are you doing this? What do you gain by doing it? This was hot news. We wish you good night." "Okay family, let's eat." "Shoko, call your brother," asked the girl's mother passing by her daughter. Komi seemed to relieve a little, while her father kept looking at her. In the next house we can see a woman with pink hair wearing red sportswear. The owner of the place was sitting on the floor in front of a table where she was checking some of her students' work while listening to the news being that of that ninja, when suddenly, "Izuku Midoriya," the woman muttered when she saw the notebook of her laziest and most problematic student. It was sure that it would be a total disaster. To her surprise it was the opposite. Midoriya was organized, he had many of the notes from her class, even when it was the days when he was mysteriously absent. Who would have thought? "Izuku Midoriya, brilliant but lazy," the woman commented, closing the green-haired boy's notebook, giving him a B+. In the last area we can see a small apartment where a brown-haired girl was lying on her bed. The light was off and she was watching the most recent video of the Green Ninja. As he entered and left the scene, she paused the video and only the blurred silhouette of Izuku was seen. "I would like to see you again. I would like to thank you directly for saving my life," said the girl, when she heard a knock next to her and that scared her because of the sudden sound. The girl got out of bed and took a pink coat to cover herself. Then she left the house and found the door next door closing. That calmed her down, so she approached to knock on the door. "Hello. Is everything okay in there?" asked the young woman, watching as Izuku appeared wearing only pants, since the mask and hood had been thrown into a corner. "Sorry, I got home really tired and I tripped," the boy answered while the brown-haired girl looked at the green-haired boy's worked and scarred body. She gulped. She had seen worked and muscular bodies, but this boy's body had that something that made it impossible for her to look away. "Hello. Are you okay?" Izuku asked, passing his hand in front of the girl's face. Huh, she replied, confused, seeing the boy looking somewhat worried. I was wondering if you were okay. Do you need anything? The green-haired man asked, looking at the brunette. Yes, no, I don't need anything, I'm fine, just, the noise scared me a little. The girl replied, by the way, how long have you been here? I haven't seen you before, the young woman commented confused. Oh, well, my name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm 17 years old, I've been living here for a year, explained the green-haired boy, surprising the girl. Really, boy, am I distracted, I hadn't noticed your presence, I'm so sorry, the truth is I study in the mornings and I work part-time, maybe that's why I didn't realize someone lived in the room next door, the girl explained with a nervous smile. Oh, sorry, how rude, it's Chizuru Mizuhara, nice to meet you Midoriya-san, the girl bowed. The pleasure is mine, well, not to be rude, but I had a crazy and very heavy day, I would like to sleep, mentioned the green-haired man who was beginning to feel a little cold from being uncovered. Oh, sorry, good night Midoriya-san, I hope we become good roommates, the girl said goodbye. Same here Mizuhara-san, good night, said the green-haired man as the girl left. The green-haired man sighed tiredly and closed the door. Izuku began to shuffle to his bed. Saving that man from the roof hadn't been the only thing he'd done that afternoon. He'd prevented an armed robbery, stopped some thugs who were holding a defenseless boy in an alley, and there'd been a car chase. He didn't even remember how he'd gotten into the chase. Midoriya fell onto the bed, his eyes fluttering shut. He was so tired that entering REM sleep was imminent. As he fell asleep, the green-haired man began to feel windy, forcing him to open his eyes and stand up. Then, Midoriya Shonen. A voice called from behind him. It was then that Izuku turned around and saw him. It was him and he was in his best form. In addition, Nana was by his side. All Might, the green-haired boy murmured in surprise. What are you doing here? The green-haired boy asked, his eyes filling with tears. You did it Midoriya Shonen, you beat all for one, but I didn't do it. The man explained with a sad expression. This left Izuku in shock. What did he say? The boy asked, falling to his knees. My Hero Academia Komi-san is a monk. Teijina senpai. Gotoban no Hanayame Ijorinade. Nagatoro-san my girlfriend, Okarishimasu. Learn from your mistakes. Each of the characters featured in this story, as well as the images taken from the internet, belong to their respective authors. This story is created for non-profit purposes and its sole purpose is entertainment. Let's start with the chapter. The sun was beginning to rise, its rays slowly illuminating every area of the city. This was the signal for the heads of families to go to work, while the students reported to their classrooms. Right now we can see how Izuku was sitting in his seat. He stared at his notebook, in which he made a drawing. This was of All Might in a heroic pose and smiling as he knew how to do it. I can hardly believe it, the green-haired man muttered. His eyes were a little irritated, he had cried a lot. All Might, the green-haired man whispered. Flashback. Izuku had fallen to his knees while the former bearers looked away in pity. The only ones who looked at the boy were Toshinori and Nana. Both approached and the blonde gave him a hug. You have nothing to blame yourself Shonen, things happen for a reason. Maybe I'm no longer alive, but there's still a long way to go together, the blonde explained, separating from Izuku to place his hands on the boy's shoulders. As long as you keep training, One for All won't disappear, so we'll have to be somewhat strict with you. If we want the voices to keep reaching you, you'll have to train the quirks of others with more effort, the man mentioned. I don't know if I can do it, I'm not home anymore, this world is crazy and The green-haired man felt Nana's hand on his head. You should follow your own advice Midoriya Izuku, the woman mentioned with a smile. Maybe everything looks dark now, but I assure you that in the end you will find the light you need, Nana commented calmly, wanting to encourage the boy. Although my body was destroyed, my spirit will always be here to guide you, Midoriya Shonen All Might mentioned, hoping to calm the green-haired boy. End of flashback. Izuku, a loud voice exclaimed, making the green-haired boy look up. My dear friend, it's been a long time since I've seen you. A silhouette with a curious voice mentioned while hugging his head and rubbing his fist effusively. Oh, wait. Stop Asana-san, the green-haired boy asked since Asana's hand was a bit heavy. Asana Najimi, Apparently looks like a girl with short lavender hair with two curious strands that stick out like antennas. Her appearance is the slender structure and currently wears the school uniform but in a hybrid style, jacket, white blouse, a short skirt and long black socks that reach mid-thigh. But what are you saying? This is a fight to the death between two best friends and friends call each other by their name Isizuku. Asana mentioned making a playful and raspy voice, all this while Komi watched them from a distance. I understand, now let me go Najimi-san, the green-haired boy asked, when suddenly the purple-haired girl felt a gaze. When she searched for the source, her face turned pale. Oh. The crazy girl is looking at me, Asana commented in a scared way while stopping her game with Izuku. What do you need? The green-haired man asked, rubbing the area affected by Najimi's attack. Well, you see, I was playing around with some guys from other classrooms and, do you think you could lend me a couple of bills? Najimi asked, making the green-haired boy sigh. Now I remember why we don't see each other much, Midoriya complained as he took out his wallet. I feel like some kind of personal bank. The green-haired man commented, offering the bills to Asana. Izuku, you are the best. I promise I will return it. I just have to end my losing streak in poker, Najimi said smiling. By the way, is it true? Asana asked, confusing Izuku. What? Midoriya answered as a question. Oh, someone wants to act cool, Najimi said with a flirtatious smile as she moved like a girl in love. They say you stopped a ball with one hand and popped it like a balloon. Is that true? Can you teach me? Do you want to be my bodyguard? Najimi asked excitedly. I didn't do that, Izuku said scared. However, Najimi was not one to give in. He would insist until he said yes. At that moment a hand was placed on Najimi's shoulder. When he turned around to see who it was, Asana paled. Don't hurt me, Najimi shouted and then ran away. Izuku, seeing the reason for escape, could see that it was Komi with her serious expression plastered on her face, so he was the one who paled now. She was frozen in place. Komi-san. The green-haired boy exclaimed, worried about the girl. The freckled man took her by the shoulders, earning a death glare from the rest of his classmates. They wanted to kill him for treating Komi-san with such confidence. After the Najimi incident, classes continued normally. Right now Izuku was in charge of cleaning the classroom. He was thoughtful about what All Might had told him, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone moving the chairs. Komi-san, what are you doing here? The green-haired boy asked curiously when he saw the girl, who showed him a notebook. Friends help each other in group activities. The girl changed the page and wrote something else. I want to help my friend. Two tufts similar to cat ears appeared on the young woman's head. Thank you, the boy replied with a smile. Shoko blushed and hid behind her notebook. They both continued cleaning, arranging chairs, picking up trash, wiping down the blackboards, and putting the chalk back in its place. Once everything was ready, Komi looked at the green-haired man. You won't be a hero today. The police channel doesn't show any high-priority activity. It's a quiet day, so I'll be able to study for the math test without any problem, the green-haired man said with a smile. At that moment the door suddenly opened, scaring Komi. She hid behind Izuku. Then that girl appeared leaning against the door frame. Hello, puppy. The girl greeted, making Izuku gulp, while Komi looked over Izuku's shoulder. It's you again, Izuku said, somewhat worried seeing her standing there. Looks like you got your owner back. Isn't she too pretty for you? The tanned brunette asked. Do you know her? Komi peeked her notebook over Izuku's shoulder. This caught the girl's attention. I don't know who she is, but I suggest being careful with her, Izuku whispered, looking at Komi. What are you all gossiping about? Are you saying perverted things to your mistress, you scared little puppy? The young woman asked with a mocking smile. Well, what can you expect from someone so disgusting? The girl said mockingly. Izuku, for his part, still had no idea how to react to this girl. We can help you. The girl looked at herself in confusion. Why was she writing in a notebook instead of talking? That girl was too strange. The brunette looked at Komi, and Komi looked at the brunette. Komi held her gaze, and for some reason, the girl took a step back and looked away. They're not as fun as I thought they would be, the brunette complained, stepping aside to let them out. Izuku, seeing that she didn't plan to stop them, simply left with Komi, and down the hall she showed her notebook again. Before we go, I'd like to try something, changing the page. Will you join me? Sure, the green-haired boy replied with a smile. With that, Komi began to guide the green-haired boy. Both of them were silent. It was then that Komi, looking out of the corner of her eye, could notice something. They are following us. The green-haired boy turned around and could see that the brunette was there. When the young woman was discovered, she panicked and ended up clinging to a water fountain. They both stared at her and the brunette drank water while waiting for them to stop looking at her. Then Komi wrote something in her notebook. He must be very thirsty. It seems so, Izuku replied, watching as the girl began to sweat, as she continued drinking water and didn't leave the drinking fountain. We'd better continue on our way, the green-haired boy suggested when he saw that she didn't plan on leaving the drinking fountain. Komi nodded and took on the role of guide once again. As soon as they left the brunette's field of vision, she stopped drinking water and ended up slowly sliding to the ground with her eyes spiraling. She had drunk too much water. I'm going to die, complained the girl, collapsed on the ground. Upon reaching their destination, Izuku's face turned completely blue. He turned to see Komi and his friend looked very excited. She had little stars shining in her eyes. Do you want to go in there? The green-haired man asked, while Komi nodded. Okay, let's go in. Just be careful, the green-haired man said, slowly opening the doors. What they found was the club leader standing in front of 2 golden cages. There was 1 white dove per cage, and the girl seemed to be giving them a bath with a water sprinkler while the birds lifted their wings. Excellent, the training paid off, said the club leader. The girl turned around and found herself with Izuku and Komi. The black-haired girl stared at the girl while the green-haired boy was blushing and looked away. Assistant, you're back, exclaimed the young woman with gray hair excitedly looking at the green-haired boy. Behind Izuku was that brunette who was holding her stomach. She had an expression of tiredness and discomfort, but when she saw the green-haired man and his friend she stopped. Hey, I don't remember agreeing to be your assistant, Izuku replied, avoiding eye contact. While Komi looked at the girl's bust and then brought her hands to her chest, there was a quite noticeable margin of difference. Come on, you don't have to get nervous, I'll teach you all the great secrets of magic, you just have to join the club and call me senpai, the gray-haired girl mentioned, wanting to convince the green-haired boy, while the brunette behind her had her mouth open. I can't, I'm too busy during the afternoons, the green-haired boy replied, wanting to get rid of her Diaryus dam. All that's missing is for something to explode every time I'm near this room and I'll have the most fanatical version of Hatsume-san Diaryus, the green-haired boy thought as he saw how the club leader clung to him, surprising Komi, who went into the background, since the leader was completely focused on the green-haired boy. I won't let you go, you have to join, I need an assistant, the girl exclaimed desperately. I already said I can't, please let me go, what you're doing isn't right at all, said the green-haired man, wanting to escape from the white-haired woman. That's a shame, said a female voice, making everyone look for the origin of the voice. Then a strange brown box with question marks on its face began to move. The box opened and out of it appeared a woman with short brown hair wearing an office suit with a purple jacket. Sister, the gray-haired girl exclaimed, somewhat annoyed to see him in the club. I'm so sorry, little sister, but since the magic club doesn't have the necessary members, it will be closed down, the woman commented, showing a form as she left the cashier. What? The gray-haired girl exclaimed, while Komi stiffened. I'm sorry, but you can still join another club, good luck, said the woman, leaving the place calmer. At that moment, Komi grabbed the girl's arm, causing the red-haired girl to pay attention and look at her with determined eyes. Komi let go and began to write in her notebook. We will join your club. The green-haired boy's expression was now one of fear, but seeing Shoko so excited, he ended up nodding ruefully. This thrilled both girls. Even Komi ended up jumping for joy. Now she belonged to a club and had a chance to make friends. Well, in that case from today on you will call me senpai, said the gray-haired girl while adopting a superior pose with a hand on her chest. Then the senpai noticed the presence of the other young woman. Do you also want to join the club? Asked the senpai while taking the hands of a nervous black-haired girl because she could swear that the girl's enormous bust moved by itself. But what the heck, those things can't be real, the girl thought, intimidated. I'm not interested in these things, I'm a sports girl and a substitute in several clubs when one of the members gets hurt, the black-haired girl replied. I'll show you a trick that will leave you amazed, it's called the growing ring, said the senpai taking out a ring with a jewel, What she didn't realize was that the stone was stuck in a small thread that connected to a button on her blouse, and in her excitement to show the trick, she ended up tearing loose a couple of buttons, leaving her cleavage in view. Izuku had to look away, as did Shoko, while Nagatoro stared at the green-haired boy. "Now I understand why you wanted to join this place. You're a disgusting pervert," the girl commented, while the green-haired man denied it while shaking his head from side to side. Minutes later she watched as Izuku and the two girls walked out of the school. Shoko looked closely at the black-haired girl, when she shyly took out her notebook and wrote to show it to the short girl. "What is your name? Why are you writing? You're kind of weird," the brunette said, looking at Komi, who stiffened. "Hey, wait, you're being very rude," said the green-haired man. "Come on, ask me my name," the girl asked with a cat-like smile, and putting her hand to her ear, Komi began to tremble. Company. 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 Ko. The black-haired girl quickly separated while looking at Komi with a nervous expression. "Hey, Tra, calm down, I was just playing, come on, calm down and breathe," the girl mentioned, wanting to calm Komi down. Once Shoko managed to calm down, she looked at him as he showed her notebook with a newly written sentence, which she showed to the girl. "I'm shy and I panic when I have to talk to people. I change the page to start writing. That's why I use this method that Izuku suggested." The girl changed the page, and after writing she showed what her notebook said. "I'm sorry for being weird." Komi lowered her head. Then she felt some pats on her head. When she looked up she found a smile, but a very different one than the one she usually gave. "Hey Ace Nagatoro," the girl answered, making Komi look up. "You wanted to know my name, right, little kitty?" asked the girl, who despite the height difference dared to call her little one. "Well, it's time to go." The girl now looked at Izuku, scaring him. "If you do something wrong I'm going to kick your ass," Hayase threatened, looking at the green-haired boy, who stiffened. Nagatoro retreated in the direction of his home while the green-haired boy looked at Komi, looking away with a blush. "Will you do improper things to me?" "Of course not," the green-haired man replied, completely red-faced. Both of them resumed their path. Izuku accompanied Komi as close to her home as possible so that she would be safe. She bowed and walked to her home. The green-haired boy, upon making sure that she was in the safety of her home, simply resumed his course. Departmental Zone, 1847. It was a pretty productive school day. After dropping Shoko off at her home, the green-haired boy took a slight detour and entered a supermarket. Seconds later, he came out with a couple of bags and headed home again. Upon arriving, Izuku took off his shirt, leaving him in a black tank top and wearing shorts that reached below his knees. His hair was now tied in a small ponytail, since he didn't want the food to be ruined by any of his hair. "The scholarship money won't be enough. I think I'll have to resort to clandestine fights again to survive for a while," the green-haired boy thought when a stabbing pain in his head attacked him. "Wait. Nana, it'll only be for a while. Calm down, it'll only be for a while. Besides, the school won't let me have a job," the boy explained. Then the pain began to subside. Inside the OFA. "I don't agree, Toshi. Izuku has to finish his studies," the woman declared, looking at the blonde scratching the back of his neck. "I understand you well, teacher, but he is in crisis. I know it is not the most honorable way, but the same school prohibits him from working because he is a minor. Besides, he is Midoriya Shonen. He does not fight unless necessary. I assure you that this will not become a habit," the blonde man commented when his teacher's hand pointed at him, scaring him. "Listen to me carefully, Toshi. If Izuku starts failing in his studies, I swear I'm going to use your hair as a broom to clean this place," the woman said, making the blonde nod with some fear. "They look like a married couple," Daigoro commented, laughing. "Come on, it's not that bad. The boy is quite responsible, trust him," commented the bald user. "Men," the woman whispered in disgust. Back with Izuku. The boy was cooking with a smile on his face. After Nana's little attack, he had managed to relax and return to preparing his meals. Fortunately, there wasn't much left to do. Now all he had to do was let everything simmer. "Why are you following me? Time is up now, go away and leave me alone," a very annoyed female voice exclaimed, drawing the green-haired man's attention. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, approaching the door to find out who was having trouble that night. When he opened the door, he saw his neighbor arguing with someone. "Oh come on, doll, it's not that bad. Besides, I paid for the whole package. Come on, Let's move on to the next level. If it's for money I can give you much more, commented a guy who seemed to have quite a bit of money. I don't know if you read the company rules, but that's not how we work. Now if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. You better go or I'm going to call the police. The girl threatened, staring at the guy. She turned around but was grabbed by the wrist. What are you doing? The brunette questioned, unable to finish the sentence as the guy began to kiss her by force. Her mind went blank and she didn't know how to react. The kiss was cut off when the man was pulled by his clothes and knocked to the ground. Who? The guy complained as he looked at Izuku standing in front of the girl. Well, we have a macho man. What's wrong, kid? Do you like that cheap bitch? He questioned mockingly, while the brunette looked at Izuku, protecting her. I would appreciate it if you would withdraw. I do not want to resort to violence, Midoriya sentenced, staring at the man. Ooh, how scary. A protective boy. I don't know which door you came out of, but I recommend you go back home with your mommy. I could put on. He took a knife from his clothes. Something wild with you, the man mentioned with a mocking smile plastered on his face. Are you okay, Mizuhara-san? The green-haired man asked, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. She just nodded silently, still in shock. Don't ignore me, the guy shouted as he lunged at Izuku. His danger sensor alerted him. Somehow he saw everything in slow motion. This gave him the opportunity to take the guy's hand where he had the gun and squeeze it hard until a Diaryus crack was heard, and then the knife fell to the ground. The guy shouted as he looked at his hand. My hand. You broke my hand, the guy shouted as Izuku stared at him. Go away and don't come back here. Next time I won't stop at one hand, the green-haired man ordered, making the man run away terrified, holding his hand, while the brunette looked at the green-haired man in surprise. His movements and reaction time, he had saved her. Chizuru brought her hands to her chest, her heart racing, as she watched Izuku pick up the knife and walk to one of the nearby trash cans to throw it away. Then she smiled and approached him. Are you okay, Mizuhara-san? The green-haired man asked. Me, yes, I'm fine, the girl replied while the green-haired boy smiled at her, his cheeks now tinged pink. I'm sorry I didn't intervene sooner. You had a rather unpleasant time, the green-haired man apologized, embarrassed. No, don't apologize, I was the careless one. Don't worry, this isn't the first time I've dealt with such unpleasant people, the girl commented, somewhat embarrassed. Does it smell like something's burning? The girl asked. My food, the green-haired man exclaimed in terror. He quickly ran into his home and found the pot of rice steaming too much. Once at the green-haired boy's house, he found the rice completely burnt, at least the edges. Izuku sighed regretfully. Great, the weekly rations are going to be reduced, complained the green-haired man with a couple of cascading tears. Midoriya-san, is everything okay? Chizuru asked, entering the green-haired boy's apartment. Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll just have to ration the food well for the week. The boy laughed amusedly, showing how the rice was stuck to the pot. Oh, I see, and excuse me for entering your home without permission, said the young brunette looking at Midoriya. You know what, you saved me, let me do something for you, mentioned the girl with a smile while taking out her cell phone. Oh, no, it's not necessary, I just did what I had to. You don't owe me anything, Izuku commented, wanting to prevent the girl from believing that he owed her in some way. Don't worry, it's something I want to do, the brunette replied to make her call, while the green-haired man tried to rescue as much rice as possible. Now the green-haired man waited in the company of the brunette to whom he had offered some tea. What were you cooking? Mizuhara asked curiously. Katsudon, the boy replied with a sigh. He had lost at least half of the food with his carelessness. Wow, do you know how to cook it? It's very rare for a man to know how to cook. Well, at least the ones I've met prefer to order delivery rather than prepare something themselves, Mizuhara explained. Well, it's because I'm on a balanced diet since I'm in training, the green-haired boy explained. By the way, I have a question. Are you dating that guy? If so, I'll have to apologize for the broken hand, the boy commented, embarrassed. No, he was just a client who thought that because he had money he could do whatever he wanted, the girl explained. She saw Izuku's face and quickly spoke. I work in a company as a rental girlfriend. People contact us to pretend to be the girlfriend of a potential client. However, the rental girlfriend company has rules and this animal was trying to break one of the most important ones. No sex, the girl explained with her arms crossed. Rental girlfriend. I didn't know that existed, Izuku said, surprised. The business has just started, since only a certain sector of the population knows about this, explained the brunette. I understand, Izuku replied with a hand on his chin. Then the established time arrived and there was a knock on the door. Chizuru stood up and taking out a couple of bills paid for the food. She returned with a box of pizza in her hands. Well, don't think about it anymore, so take this, thank you very much for helping me, have a good meal. The girl mentioned leaving the pizza box on the table. Have a good night Midoriya-san, the girl wished ready to leave. Wait Mizuhara-san, the green-haired man called, this is a lot of food and you paid for it. Don't you want to stay for dinner? The green-haired man asked, looking at Chizuru. Wow, do you want a date? I'd have to charge you, the brunette said with a mischievous smile, and the green-haired man blushed. No, that's not what I mean, Izuku hurried, when he saw Chizuru laugh a little. I'm just joking, Midoriya-san, but tell me, are you sure you want me to stay for dinner? Chizuru asked, watching the green-haired man look away. Well, you paid for the food, I would feel really bad eating something I didn't pay for. The boy explained. Chizuru could notice a different aura in the green-haired boy. Any boy his age would have accepted the free pizza. Okay, I'll join you for dinner, said the girl smiling and approaching the table to accompany Izuku. It was a rather pleasant evening. Izuku couldn't say he and Chizuru were friends yet, but at least they could say their relationship was quite pleasant. The girl retired to her apartment, and after cleaning the night, Izuku decided to study a little. Exams were approaching, and he wanted to be ready. The next morning the green-haired boy was walking through the halls somewhat sleepy. He had arrived at school very early and was now walking to his classroom, when a hand grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and made him slam his back against the wall. Ouch, the boy complained. In front of him was a silhouette with a bladed weapon. Yesterday I saw you very close to Komi-sama. I told you not to get close to her. Not to treat her so formally, but you have ignored me. You have no right to be with her and just for that I will take care of you, said a very gloomy Yamai with scissors in hand. Izuku could stop her, but she was going to hurt her. The most appropriate thing at this moment was to escape, but then a hand squeezed the girl's wrist making her drop the object. What do you think you're doing to my pet? Nagatoro asked in a less than happy tone. Do you want to be next? The girl asked, as a black-haired woman walked up to them both and stood in front of Izuku, extending her hand. Nagatoro-san, Komi-san, the green-haired man whispered when he saw them, then he looked at Shoko offering her his hand. Komi-sama, I hadn't seen you, today you look very beautiful, the girl in the beige sweater said excitedly, while Nagatoro squeezed her hand making her complain a little and returned the murderous look. La Shoko was trembling. Komi-sama is talking to me, Yamai mentioned excitedly. La ya, te, the girl said with a broken voice. Izuku was surprised as Nagatoro released the girl, who massaged the affected area. What did my goddess say? I didn't hear her, she said, come closer. Do you want to go out together? The girl asked. Get away from me, Komi sentenced, leaving the girl with a shocked expression, while Nagatoro smiled. The kitten seemed to care for those she cared about. Then Komi pulled Izuku, leaving Yamai behind. Izuku was perplexed. Shoko had gotten him out of a very awkward situation with Yamai. Right now he could feel his partner's small hand holding his. His gaze was focused on Komi's hand as they continued moving forward. When he looked up he could see the girl's long hair waving in the air. The young Komi took Izuku under the shade of a tree. Midoriya watched her breathe heavily and try to catch her breath after running so much. Shoko, Izuku called, making her stiffen. She had just begun to react to his actions. Her face turned red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I think I was too rude to call you by your name. Would you prefer me to call you Komi-san? The boy asked. The girl let out a strange squeal and quickly shook her head. What happened back there? I thought you couldn't talk, Izuku mentioned, confused. At that moment Komi began to look for her notebook, however she didn't have it at hand, which began to stress her out a little since she couldn't communicate with Izuku. At that moment the green-haired boy took out a notebook and a pen which he offered to Komi. The girl, seeing Izuku's things, took them with some sadness. Seconds later she showed Deku what she wanted to tell him while hiding behind the notebook. "Thank you." Midoriya smiled and nodded silently, waiting to see what Komi wanted to tell him. "I don't like the way Yamai-san treats you." "Don't worry, nothing's wrong, I can handle the situation," the green-haired man replied while the girl returned to her notebook. It took her a couple of minutes because she had written quite a bit this time. "I've seen her threaten you many times, she's hateful, but I was always afraid to intervene." Page changed now. "When I saw you in danger, I was afraid of losing my friend." Shoko-san, the green-haired man whispered in surprise, while Komi turned the page. "Do you want to report her? Nagatoro-san and I saw her trying to attack you with scissors." "No, I appreciate your concern, but Yamai-san just needs a little help. As a hero, I believe in second chances. Yamai can be saved from falling into darkness. She must find the right person who can lend a hand to her," Izuku explained while Komi nodded silently. "Okay, it's time to go back. Classes are about to start and Kurisu-sensei is very strict," Izuku commented watching Komi nod and follow him. "I hope you're not mistaken," Komi thought as she looked down. The day's classes began. Komi and Midoriya's classmates looked surprised at Yamai, who seemed to be dead in life. Her silhouette was completely pale, her eyes were wide open while what seemed to be her soul escaped from her mouth. "Shall I remind you that we're in an exam?" Kurisu asked, arms crossed, watching her prey like a hawk. The students instantly returned to their exams, somewhat frightened. The woman's gaze passed over the young Midoriya. These days he had unusual behavior. The boy had stopped being alone and was beginning to form a rather unusual small group. However, her thoughts were interrupted when she saw him make a strange movement. Would he cheat? "Sensei, can I go to the bathroom?" the green-haired man asked, raising his hand. "You're in an exam. Can't you wait until it's over?" the woman asked calmly, now making the green-haired man the center of attention. "I'm sorry," said the green-haired boy as he looked down and returned to his exam. However, the boy began to feel some anxiety when he saw that he would not be able to fulfill his role as a hero. The green-haired boy was anxious and couldn't concentrate on his exam. He was very restless, and this could be seen from the movement he made with his left foot, the tip on the ground while he raised and lowered his heel, making it hit the ground. His left leg began to release some green rays and the repetitive movement of his foot began to crack the ground. The boy looked ahead and could see Kurisu and above her the clock marking the time. He shook his head as the movement of his foot increased in speed. At that moment things around him began to move. A pencil slid across Najimi's desk and then a strong tremor shook the school. "It's shaking," Najimi shouted, shaking his arms. "Everyone stay calm and remember the emergency drills. Now let's leave in an orderly and straight line." "I don't want anyone to run," the pink-haired woman asked. Her students obeyed orders and stood up while the slight oscillating movement continued to shake the area. Izuku was surprised. He didn't know if it was a sign from the universe or something else, but he ended up taking advantage of the moment of commotion, quickly grabbed his things, put his backpack on his back and then ran towards the nearest window. During the journey Komi looked for her friend in the crowd, but when she didn't see him she decided to go back. She saw him in the window with a determined look and how he was pushing himself out quickly. She was surprised to see once again the abilities of her friend, but the surprise turned into fear when a hand was placed on her shoulder and made her completely stiff while she let out a shriek. "Komi-san, didn't you learn anything from the drills?" Kurisu asked in an annoyed voice as she watched the girl leave the line. The young girl quickly walked away from the woman at a brisk pace and Kurisu checked one last time that no one was left in the classroom, then decided to leave with the rest of her students while the tremor seemed to begin to stop. The green-haired boy moved quickly by jumping and taking advantage of Nana's quirk to land carefully and then launch himself through the air again. The journey was quick and Izuku landed on a rooftop. He removed his backpack from his back, ready to take out his suit, but... "Where is it? I'm sure I put it in. Where's my suit?" the green-haired boy asked when he remembered something. The image of his suit hidden in a corner of his apartment appeared in his mind. "The suit is at home," the boy screamed in terror. A car stopped near an alley and the boy looked tense. It was then that something occurred to him when he saw a clothesline with clothes hanging on it. A young woman with somewhat pale skin got out of the car. Her hair was jet black, straight, and cut short at the neck. Her clothing consisted of a black double-breasted coat with white sleeves. She wore black leather pants and toe-cap boots. He should be here by now, the young woman muttered seriously. Then she watched as a silhouette emerged from the darkness, wearing a balaclava with holes for his eyes and mouth, as well as a coat to hide his school clothes. Didn't you find anything better? You look ridiculous, the black-haired girl commented. I'm not a full-time security guard, Izuku replied. What do you need, Detective Treese? The green-haired man asked, wanting to remain calm. The young woman approached her car and grabbed a file, which she showed to the boy. Someone seems to be looking to make a name for himself. Judging by the signs he's leaving, he doesn't like the Green Ninja's presence at all, the officer explained, looking at the boy. From what I understand, he could belong to one of the city's Yakuza families. His crimes are clean, but he always leaves hints about the Green Ninja who couldn't save the poor victim, the young policewoman commented. I feel like I'm living the plot of an American comic book, explained the masked man. You have superpowers and you stop bad guys. What did you expect? It's obvious someone will want to stop you so they can continue their crimes, the young woman explained. Any clues? The masked man asked. There's an underground fight club in the port warehouses. If you want to find this guy, you'll have to go there, Treese declared, opening the door of his car to get in. And what are you going to do? The masked man asked, looking at the office, which simply turned to look at him. Buy time so you can get information and get out of that place, the black-haired girl replied, so don't ruin it. When he said those words, the Green Ninja had disappeared. Meanwhile at school, we can see how Shoko looked somewhat tense, then some hands grabbed her waist and scared the poor girl. Scared kitty, a playful voice exclaimed, making Komi stiffen. Wow, you really are scared, we have to work on that, Nagatoro mentioned, watching Komi calm down little by little. Once she calmed down, Komi was seen trying her best to have a conversation with Nagatoro. By the way, now that I realize, where is Bushhead? Asked the brunette who wasn't looking at Izuku anywhere. I think he retired, maybe he didn't feel well. Don't tell me he's one of those with a delicate stomach, the black-haired girl mentioned mockingly, who imagined Izuku Chibi running quickly towards the first bathroom he found. I don't know, Komi looked away, while Nagatoro felt like she was hiding something from him. Wow, we finally found you, a female voice mentioned, making the girls turn around. We found you, repeated another female voice, a little higher in pitch. Oh, it's you guys, Nagatoro said without much emotion upon seeing the two present. Oh, what does that mean? Asked a girl with long, somewhat disheveled orange hair. She had a somewhat toned physique, and from what could be seen, she had a rather generous bust. Yes, what does it mean? The girl with her blonde hair tied back in side ponytails repeated. This one was a little shorter than the previous girl and had hazel eyes. Do you know them? Komi asked, showing what she had written in her notebook. Something like that, Nagatoro replied, looking away. Oh come on, you can't stay upset forever, it's not our fault that you can't do something about our voluptuousness, said the one with orange hair amused. Voluptuousness, she repeated like a parrot, the one with pigtails and a curious mouth that emulated that of a cat. By the way, where's number 3? Nagatoro asked, looking for the exotic brunette with blonde hair from their group. He must be out there getting you a double date, the orange-haired girl replied while Komi looked at Nagatoro curiously, then the black-haired girl realized. Oh sorry, these are Gamo-chan and Yoshi, they are my friends, Nagatoro introduced while Komi wrote in her notebook. Do you have many female friends? Closing square bracket. I get along well with people. Who has many friends here? Is that weirdo Haya? Nagatoro said looking into the distance at Najimi who was surrounded by boys and girls. She's hateful, Gamo said, looking at Najimi, showing that energy that characterized him so much. But anyway, is she? The orange-haired girl asked, raising an eyebrow, since Komi was too well-known throughout the school. This is Komi-san, she's my new friend, Nagatoro replied, making some strange locks resembling feline ears appear on the black-haired girl's head. Komi-san, are you talking about the pretty girl they idolize like a goddess? Yoshi asked curiously, looking at Shoko. She looks too innocent to be by your side, Gamo commented, looking at the girl. We're working on it, Komi-san, say hello to the girls, Nagatoro asked, watching Komi write in her notebook. Nice to meet you. Wow, it's true what they say. She doesn't reveal her voice to mortals, Gamo mentioned with a wide smile while Komi watched the interaction between Nagatoro and her friends. It was interesting for her to see how the three socialized without any problem. The day continued as normal as ever until dismissal time. Right now, we can see Izuku walking calmly through the streets. He had skipped all of the day's classes to get the information Detective Treese was providing him. Despite my time here, the only thing that has changed is your rank, the boy commented with a smile while the green-haired man continued on his way calmly. Flashback. It's been 3 weeks since Izuku arrived in this strange universe. The things he had seen had him confused. The main thing was that there was absolutely nothing about heroes or well, there were, but not the ones he expected. The only thing he always found were comics of heroes that he never got to know. Batman, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Power Rangers. It was total chaos. For everyday people, heroes were just fiction. I said raise your hands, a female voice said, catching Izuku's attention as he was currently jumping on rooftops, gathering information. The boy was wearing a hoodie and black jeans. Oh, what are you going to do? Drop the gun or I'll start ripping her throat out, replied a bald man. He was quite muscular and had a woman threatened with a knife. The officer raised her hands and slowly lowered the gun to the ground, then kicked it away from her. Get out of here, ordered the assailant, releasing the woman while his hostage ran away terrified. You and I, we'll go for a walk, mentioned that man who, being bigger, more muscular and possessing the advantage of a knife, made him feel that he had total control of the situation. The officer was ready to act, then something knocked the man straight to the ground, causing him to drop his weapon, and he immediately fell headfirst. What's going on? Get me down, the man exclaimed, standing upside down. She reacted by running towards her weapon. It was then that the young officer was able to make out a kind of rope holding the assailant's ankle and keeping him suspended. When she looked up, she could see a kind of black rope connected to a figure dressed in green who was standing on the terrace of the attached building. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The black-haired woman scolded. She found the building's fire escape and decided to start climbing. But I just helped him. Why is she angry? What do I do? If I remove the black whip, the villain will escape and continue doing his thing, the green-haired man thought. It was a matter of seconds until he arrived and pointed the gun at her. Whoever you are, let him go, ordered the officer who was firmly gripping her weapon. If I do, he'll escape, said the boy dressed in green. This is Officer Treese. I have the man you're looking for and something else, the brunette communicated through a radio. Listen, I'm not looking to hurt anyone, I just helped because I can, Izuku mentioned wanting to calm the officer. Cut that rope, the officer ordered. I don't think it's appropriate. If I drop this villain headfirst at a height of 2 meters, I could cause severe damage. I don't want that on my conscience, the boy explained. What are you up to? Are you a comic book fanatic or something? Treese asked, looking at the green-haired man. Let's stay calm. I'm not here to hurt anyone. From what I can see, the man you're looking for is about to lose consciousness from being on his head for so long. It would be best if you lower him so you can handcuff him and I can leave. Nothing happened here and you arrested the bad guy. Does that seem okay to you? The boy negotiated, who began to carefully lower the man who already looked somewhat dizzy. Once he touched the ground, the rope began to return to Izuku's hand while the young woman looked at this surprised, breaking her serious expression. Stop, I can't let you escape, said the woman when the green-haired man activated the smoke bomb making her take cover. She could hear how the suspect escaped and chose to follow him. Fortunately she managed to stop since she was about to fall, while in the distance she watched the green silhouette wrapped in a green light as it jumped from roof to roof. End of flashback. Time sure flies, it's best to head home. Tomorrow I'll apologize to Shoko-san and, the green-haired boy was thinking out loud when his thoughts were interrupted as he passed by a bush and something very unusual. His face turned red when he saw some white panties and a butt. Hello. Izuku greeted, confused. Huh, is anyone there? Hey, get me out of here. I've been stuck for 15 minutes. A clearly female voice exclaimed, while Izuku was completely red-faced. Why are you stuck? Izuku asked, dismayed. How was it possible that no one helped him? That's when he saw a flash and there were some people taking pictures and then they left with perverted faces. I thought I saw a cute kitten, the girl replied embarrassed. Fine, fine, I'll get you out of there, just be careful with the branches or thorns, Izuku clarified, looking away as he settled behind the girl. On the other hand, very close by, we saw Nagatoro and Komi walking together. The short black-haired girl seemed very excited and Komi just nodded. I know, how about we go eat, take some pictures, and send them to the lecherous pup? Nagatoro asked, when Komi showed him her notebook. Don't call him that, he's my friend, defended the girl with a slight blush, which made Nagatoro smile. Oh, scaredy kitty likes the perverted puppy, I wouldn't have expected that, Hayase mocked, making Komi even more nervous. When they passed by the street where Izuku was pulling the stuck girl, they both turned in that direction when they saw movement and only saw a scene, a bit complicated to process. Almost there, just stay still and don't move, I want this as much as you do, the green-haired man mentioned, while Komi remained frozen in place and Nagatoro looked at him with those penetrating, lifeless, and judging eyes. Izuku turned his face and could see Nagatoro and Komi making him panic. No, wait. It's not what you think, I just want to help her, Izuku said terrified. Hey, my back hurts and this position is uncomfortable. I want to get this over with, the stuck girl said, while Nagatoro began to radiate a killer instinct that started to make the green-haired boy extremely nervous. Once the girl was able to leave that place, everyone could get a better look at her. She was a young woman with short silver hair, fair skin, and large blue eyes. She was apparently Nagatoro's height. Her clothes consisted of a blue t-shirt that seemed to imprison that enormous front that Nagatoro and Komi were staring at, while her outfit was completed with a short blue skirt and pink sneakers. Thank you so much for getting me out, I was starting to get numb, said the girl while the green-haired man felt sorry. No, it was nothing, Izuku replied, looking away. By the way, my name is Hana Uzaki, the girl introduced herself. Do you know each other? The girl asked, seeing the curiously tense atmosphere. I don't associate with perverted dogs, Nagatoro said, looking away. However, Izuku felt terrified. Something told him that Yamai-san would be the least of his problems. Izuku is my friend. Oh, your name is Izuku, that name suits you. I know what if I treat you to an ice cream for saving me. Come on, said the girl, hugging the green-haired boy's arm effusively, making both Komi and Nagatoro keep looking at Izuku. No, I'm fine, I'm serious, you don't have to pay me, in fact. I have to go, it's getting late for me too, do something I left pending, the green-haired man mentioned. Hey, don't be shy, your friends can come too, said the silver-haired girl wanting to cheer up the green-haired boy. It's just that, I'm already very late, I mean it, said the boy very nervously. I know, Uzaki mentioned, since you are very busy. Then let's do this, said the girl showing her phone. Let's share contacts, so when you are free you can call me and we can eat that ice cream. The girl mentioned. Izuku, seeing that he was not going to get out of this so easily, decided to accept. Well, see you later Izuku, a pleasure. With those last words Uzaki left, leaving the green-haired boy behind. Can I explain everything to you tomorrow? Izuku asked nervously while Komi nodded silently, knowing he had hero things to do. While Nagatoro shook her head. Hours later, once home, Izuku fell onto his bed. He was exhausted. It had been a very stressful day, but then he sat on the shore remembering Detective Treza's words. He had to go to the pier and investigate this guy who had come out of nowhere. Okay, I just have to make food, and the boy heard the door of his house and ended up meeting Chizuru. Hi Izuku, sorry to interrupt you, I'm about to leave for work and well I wanted to leave you this. I don't know if you want to accept it. The brunette mentioned, showing a food container. I made a stew and I had quite a bit left over, the girl explained with a smile. Oh, thank you very much, I'll gladly accept it. I promise to prepare something to share with you later, said the green-haired man receiving the food. I'll be anxious, anyway, see you later, mentioned the girl who was wearing a beige trench coat. Be very careful, said the boy to see her walk away and return to the inside of his home. Midoriya approached the table and when he opened the container, he could perceive the aroma of homemade food, something he enjoyed too much. 11:45 p.m. Warehouse number 115. Izuku walked wearing a green hooded sweater to hide his identity, managing to find a huge guy with his arms crossed. "Can I help you?" the man asked in a deep voice. "They told me if I want to make some money, I can come here," the boy replied, the man raising an eyebrow over his dark glasses. "Aren't you a little young and slender to be involved in this kind of thing? Come on, kid, go home, study, and help your mother," the guard at the entrance said. "Killer, let him through." "Don't you know who he is?" asked a voice from behind the guard. "It's little Dynamite, the one who made the boss's rival lose a lot of big money." "Come on kid, come in, we'll get a lot of big money tonight," said a man, making the guard step aside and let him through. "Welcome to the Double Dragon Fight Club," the guy said as Izuku entered the club. It stank, no doubt about it, alcohol, cigarettes, vomit, and many other things. "I didn't expect to see you here kid, but you and I will do a lot of great things. The good thing about this is that being an unknown fighter, the profits from your victories will be relatively large because you will be underestimated and they will always support the greatest," commented the guy, making Izuku just follow him. "How much are we talking about?" Izuku asked in a serious voice, always trying to keep his head down. "Well, you're 30 and 70, said the guy, when Izuku violently grabbed him by the neck. "I meant, you're 60 and I 40, the guy quickly corrected himself to see how Izuku let him go. "That's right. Of your 60, you'll have to give 10% to the girl who will accompany you tonight," said the manger, stopping Izuku. "Baby?" the green-haired boy asked, confused. "That's right boy. You're entering the major leagues, so we'll give you a girl that makes you look good. Part of being a street fighter is having a nice hostess by your side. Come on, I'll introduce you to her. She arrived a couple of hours ago," declared the guy while Izuku felt somewhat nervous. "Hey babe. Your rooster has arrived. I told you that you would represent one of the best and so it will be. Dynamite, I introduce you to the babe." "Bonbon introduce you to Dynamite," said the guy while Izuku just looked at a long hair with his back turned to him. "I'll leave you two alone so you can do chemistry, boy. I'll register you." With those words the guy left, however Izuku's green-haired danger instinct screamed at him to get out of there. "They say you're good. I hope so. It's my first night as a hostess," Chizuru Mizuhara mentioned, leaving Dynamite completely in shock. "Am I, Mizuhara-san?" the green-haired boy exclaimed in shock, causing the girl to open her eyes, not only because she recognized him, but because she recognized the voice. Izuku?" the brunette asked, lifting her hood a little, confirming her doubts. The situation was so tense that it could have been cut with a knife. Mizuhara looked at the green-haired boy, Izuku looked at the brunette, both trying to figure out just by looking what the other was doing there. The sound of the door brought both young people out of their shock, then the brunette quickly lowered his hood to cover the green-haired boy's face. "All right kid, everything's ready, you'll be the next fight. The way things are going it's sure that in 3 minutes you'll have to go in and defend your skin," explained the guy who offered to represent Dynamite that night. The music began to play, introducing the participants of the first match. "Yes, thanks Vulture, now can you come out? The lady and I are," the hooded man mentioned, turning his back on the man behind him. "Oh, I understand, you're one of those who work fast. The hottie has been an untamable little beast ever since she arrived. Well, I'll call you when it's your turn. Don't get too excited, there's a waiting time limit," said the green-haired representative, leaving them alone and completely red-faced at what that guy was insinuating. "What are you doing here?" the brunette questioned, pulling back the green-haired man's hood. Her tone sounded a little annoyed. "Me, what are you doing here? I thought you worked as a girlfriend, not as a hostess," Izuku replied, looking at Mizuhara, blushing and looking away, very embarrassed. "I was contacted through the website to do this. Lately, girls for rent are becoming very popular, and they're not just hired for dates," the brunette explained calmly. "Now, will you tell me what you're doing here?" the girl asked, while a fight bell and the excited shouts of the crowd could be heard in the background. "My scholarship isn't enough to survive, I have to find a quick way to get money. I don't usually do it very often, only when the money is running out. Besides, no one hired me when they looked at my profile on the rental boyfriends page," explained the green-haired boy while the brunette began to twist her lips and a giggle escaped. "You're an idiot," the brunette mocked, wiping away a tear, "but really, do you think you know?" "Go in there," Chizuru asked, looking at the green-haired man, who readjusted his hood to hide his identity. "I will, don't worry, I can defend myself, I'll be fine," said the boy looking at the brunette. "We have a winner," was heard everywhere, making Izuku sigh. It was his turn. "Okay kid, it's your turn, cutie, you have to be by his side, you have to make the boy look good, and now let's go," the guy ordered, smiling with excitement. "By the way, I chose a song for you, you'll love it. This guy who sings is great, he captures your life like a movie in a single song," the green-haired agent commented. Meanwhile, somewhere else, right now we are inside a room that seemed to be worthy of a gamer. However, the theme was somewhat confusing. On one hand, we can see how there are collectible figures of sexy girls in compromising poses, as well as several posters of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but the strangest thing was seeing a life-size Jotaro pillow. Yes, I know, but this time I do have money, I got some to pay part of the debt and I plan to use the other half to earn money and finish covering it, said a small and slender silhouette that was with a white towel on her head to dry the moisture from her hair and a plush bathrobe covering her body. "But what are you talking about? Tonight my bad streak ends, so tell me, what's on the menu?" asked that feminine figure. "Fine, but this is the last time. Just because you look like a nice girl doesn't mean I'll keep doing you favors," he mentioned, a voice coming from a cell phone. "Tonight Rompe will fight. He is the favorite of the night. He has 16 fights undefeated and they say he could defeat the boss's champion," the bookmaker explained, looking at the upcoming matches. "I've heard of him before. He got his name from his finisher in matches. How much would I make by betting on him?" asked the silhouette, walking calmly through his room so he could get closer to his computer. "Enough," replied the runner, words that were enough. "And who are you going against?" the female silhouette asked. "He came out of nowhere. They say he's making a name for himself, but he's not a recurring fighter, it seems he does this seasonally. His name is Dynamite," said the runner. "He had a good life. Anyway, let's play it safe. I want to bet everything on Rompe and let the money flow," the silhouette responded while the towel covering his hair showed that it was lavender. In another house, we can see a very luxurious apartment while a long hair in an intense red with a curious star accessory peeked out between the corners of some rooms. She opened the first door and the room was empty. Well, not exactly. There were a lot of clothes and a messy bed. The next room looked more organized equally. Its inhabitant was not there. The next one looked curiously more childish, but it was empty and the last room was locked. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was completely alone. She thanked all the gods she knew and headed to the kitchen, took out a bag of chips and a bottle of soda and sat down on the couch in the living room. "I know it's wrong for me to enjoy these programs, but I can't help it," said the girl, taking out her cell phone to start a stream. On it she could see those pay-per-views that she liked so much. "Itsuki, can I open the bag of chips?" asked an orange-haired girl with a curious green ribbon that resembled a pair of bunny ears. This young woman was now sitting next to him. "Of course Yotsuba," the redhead replied with a smile. "Yotsuba," the redhead exclaimed upon seeing her sister present. I thought you were with Miku or Nino," she mentioned with a trembling voice. Then the soda bottle was heard opening and Itsuki looked at a redhead with some curious headphones around her neck, who was sitting next to her sister Yotsuba, while she greeted her with a calm face and the sign of love and peace. "It's not my favorite drink, but it's fine to get through the night," said the calm woman looking at her sister. "Miku, you too?" the girl asked, feeling herself sink a little beside her. "They say that very famous and attractive fighters from the underworld will appear tonight," mentioned a girl with light pink hair, with a long lock on the right side of her face. "Ikika, I thought you would be working tonight," mentioned the redhead with the star in her hair. "I had a job tonight. I was going to be at this event, but someone else beat me to it," she said with a small smile. "I still don't believe you like this stuff," complained a young woman with long, straight, pinky reddish hair. Her forehead was covered by bangs while a couple of strands framed her face. Like the rest, she wore a distinctive feature in her hair. This one was two ribbons that emulated the wings of a butterfly. "Today was supposed to be my night," Itsuki mentioned disappointedly, lowering her head and letting out a sigh of regret. Back in the fight, we can see how Izuku was ready next to Mizuhara. She took him by the arm. It was then that the screams of excitement from the people were appeased by the Dynamite entrance theme. Izuku and Mizuhara walked slowly while the vulture walked in front of him, making strange movements so that people would cheer for his boy. However, he only managed to make everyone pay attention to the beauty that accompanied his boy, since everyone felt that the melody that accompanied him as well as his aide-de-camp were too much for him. They both arrived at the fighting arena. Chizuru opened the cage gate and the green-haired man entered, looking somewhat worried. Izuku had to look up to see his opponent, since he was as tall as his chest. Column Breaker smiled and placed a hand on his head, mocking him. "There's still time for you to leave. Go and tell your mommy that we'll see each other tonight," the giant mocked while Izuku stared at his opponent without saying anything. "Okay. Both of you, take your distance. The first one to be incapacitated is out. Low blows are allowed," the referee explained through his microphone. "Start," the referee shouted. Izuku was in his place making the giant laugh. "What's going on, midget? Are you scared shitless? Come on, I'll let you do it." Izuku had moved so fast that he grabbed his face and forced him to fall on his back due to the force and speed applied. "Shiny!" Izuku shouted. Then with his free fist he ended up hitting Column Breaker's stomach with enough force to knock the wind out of him and make him spit saliva. "Ah!" the subject exclaimed in pain, while Izuku withdrew his fist and slowly stood up. The place fell silent. Not even Mizuhara expected that. However, the vulture was the one celebrating Izuku's abilities, since he had been his agent for just over 5 months. "That's my boy. What were you saying about his mom?" "Nobody messes with Dynamite's mom," said El Booter, while the referee and the spectators were shocked. "Dynamite wins. He's the winner," the referee exclaimed as he saw the undefeated Column Breaker lying on the ground, his eyes wide open and completely motionless. Izuku returned to the exit and Mizuhara accompanied him along the way while people now began to cheer him on. It doesn't matter if they lost money, it was something impressive, they had never seen anything like that. "Dynamite, Bonbon, wait for me," the man asked, following the youngsters, while the arena was filled with applause. Once in the locker room you watched as Izuku sat down and sighed, somehow it felt really good to make that move. "How did you do that?" Mizuhara asked, sitting in front of him, while Izuku smiled. "Well, when I was a kid, my mom took me to a specialist who taught me how to defend myself," the boy said, as it was the green-haired boy's most credible version. "It was incredible," Chizuru mentioned, then the vulture appeared and showed the earnings. "Very well, boy, if you go up there again, everyone will surely bet on you, so I will arrange a 3-on-1 fight, so the spectacle will be so impressive that our green friends will multiply," said the vulture with excitement. "That's all for today," said the green-haired boy. "Give me what's mine and I'll go," mentioned the boy, leaving the vulture with his mouth open. "Ho! Please think about it, kid, we can still make more money. I'll buy you a hamburger," the agent mentioned. "I'm sorry, I'm not doing this for fun, just out of necessity," said the green-haired man as he looked at the briefcase with money and did the quick division, then gave Mizuhara hers. Even she was surprised, she had never earned so much in one night and in such a short time. "Boy, I do it out of necessity too, I need more greens to be happy," the vulture said, but Izuku just shook his head. "See you in a while," Izuku replied. "Are you coming?" the boy asked, looking at Mizuhara, since he was practically paying for his time. "Hey, I'll go get my coat," the brunette replied with a smile. "Vulture, it's not good to abuse your luck, go home and enjoy your money," the boy explained as he watched Mizuhara cover herself. "What? Wait, are you taking Bonbon?" the man asked in shock. "You said it, they got her for me, but I'm paying for her, and besides, I'm not going to leave her here alone," said the boy to see how the girl approached ready to get out of there. "Please Dinah, think about it, you and I, greener, more girls," the agent tried to convince the hooded man, but he simply left him behind, closing the door. "Well, at least I have a good profit," said the dark-haired man looking at his money. Then the door opened again and that excited him. "Oh Dinah, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me," commented the vulture, but it wasn't Dynamite, it was a man in a suit. "Vulture, the boss wants to see you," the man in the suit asked. The only reaction the Dynamite agent had was to faint. For Izuku and Mizuhara it was a rather silent and very long walk, both walking side by side through the dark city. The lights of the nightclubs illuminated a large part of the streets, which were adorned by the occasional drunk who staggered and went into alleys to vomit. They didn't know what to say about each other, Izuku was surprised to see the kind of jobs that rental girlfriends took, while Chizuru kept recreating in her head over and over again the scene of Izuku easily knocking out his opponent. When they got home, they both looked at each other for a few seconds and the brunette smiled. "Good night, Dynamite," the girl said goodbye, giving him a kiss on the cheek, making the green-haired boy touch the area where he received his prize with his fingers. "Well, good night," Izuku replied, blushing as he watched her open the door to her home and disappear from his sight. At that moment, a stabbing pain in her head made her close her eyes and stop at the door frame. Nana was very upset. She certainly wasn't going to be able to sleep properly that night. I'm coming," whispered the green-haired man, opening the door. The next day, we found ourselves at the high school where Izuku Midoriya looked somewhat sleepless. Apparently the night's scolding had lasted too long. Komi looked at him from her place and was curious about what was happening to the green-haired boy, but before he could get up, Izuku's body began to shake violently and desperately. "Izuku, you have to help me. I don't have any money anymore," Najimi cried in despair, while Izuku put a hand to his forehead. "What happened now?" the green-haired man asked regretfully. At this rate, Najimi would bankrupt him if he continued helping him. "Everything was arranged. I bet on the sure winner of a fight and I lost everything. Dynamite is a heartless monster," Najimi cried comically while Izuku had a nervous tic. "You have no choice," complained the green-haired man. It was then that a brunette woman in office clothes appeared slowly, making some perverts in the room smile and blush at the sight of this woman's curves. "Good morning, everyone. Please take a seat," the woman asked, making the students sit in their places, while Najimi ended up resting her head on her table, shedding tears in a waterfall in a funny way. "Guys, today we will have a new student. If you have questions, please be respectful," the woman mentioned while looking at the door. "You can come in now," said the woman while the door opened and both boys and girls were amazed. At a slow pace, the aforementioned student appeared wearing the school's characteristic uniform. Her hair was blonde, but the tips were pink. She had light skin and pink eyes. She smiled a little and bowed. "My name is Marin Kitagawa. It's a pleasure to meet you," the girl introduced herself, making Izuku and Komi's classmates howl like dogs. Oh, the boys exclaimed excitedly, causing a vein to bulge on the MILF's forehead. "Silence!" The brunette teacher raised her voice, then turned to see the new one to see if she had finished. "Okay, Kitagawa-san, you can sit, there's a free spot," said the death, searching with her eyes. "There she is, next to Asana-san, the girl who was crying silently," the woman pointed out, making the new girl nod. "Director's office." At this moment we can see how a white-haired man wearing a dark green outfit and round-framed sunglasses was standing in front of Kurisu. Sitting in front of him, the woman had her arms crossed and her eyes closed. "I completely disagree," Kurisu replied in a serious voice. "What are your reasons for refusing?" the man asked, interested in the pink-haired woman's behavior. "Izuku Midoriya is not qualified to teach others. He may have good grades, but he is not the most responsible student in the school. There are better prospects," Kurisu declared, looking at the director. "And don't you think young Midoriya will change his way of thinking if we give him this task?" the director asked. "If it's a lot of work for an adult, it will be hell for a young person of his age," the woman mentioned seriously. It was a good point. "Young Midoriya can, I'm sure of that. If he accepts, we'll increase his scholarship money. A little extra money always motivates young people. I trusted my Kurisu-sensei. Midoriya can," the man mentioned, making the woman sigh regretfully. "If you say so, I guess I'll let him try," the pink-haired girl replied resignedly. "Izuku Midoriya, please report to the principal's office. Izuku Midoriya, please report to the principal's office." Izuku looked confused and stood up. The typical, mocking sounds from his classmates not missing, while the green-haired boy had a drop of sweat running down the back of his neck. The boy ended up leaving with his teacher's permission and then went to the principal's office where he was given the pass and found Kurisu in a very bad mood. "Did he summon me?" the green-haired man asked, confused. "Come in, Midoriya-san. Please sit down," the kind director asked, making Izuku sit on the chair next to Kurisu, while the woman's gaze made him a little nervous. "May I know why I'm here?" the green-haired man asked, a little nervously. He'd never been called to the principal's office before. "Calm down, boy, you're not in trouble," said the man, wanting to calm the green-haired boy. Midoriya-san, I understand that you receive a aid scholarship, tell me. Would you like to receive some extra money? Some extra money is always good for boys, you could take your girlfriend for a walk, mentioned the man, blushing the green-haired boy. No. No, I don't have a girlfriend, the boy replied, very red-faced. So you're looking for a boyfriend? Well, I don't judge, the director commented, leaving the green-haired man with his hands on his face. I'm not interested in boys, the green-haired man replied, then Kurisu cleared his throat, they were wasting time. Sorry, that was unprofessional of me, but anyway, getting back to what we're concerned about, Midoriya-san, I know you're a good student and that you can improve even more, so I'd like to ask you if you're interested in becoming a tutor, the director explained with a smile. Tutor? The green-haired man asked, confused. That's right, tutors help some schoolmates study and improve their studies, this would help you improve your grades and those of your apprentices, explained the director. If your grades improve we could increase your scholarship money, but if your apprentices' grades improve at the same rate as yours, you'll have even more money. What are you saying? Asked the director, making Izuku think about it. If he did this, maybe the underground fights would be left aside. Well, you could take it as a trial period, I've never taught anyone else, explained the green-haired man looking at the man. Seems reasonable to me, fine. Kurisu-sensei, let them in, the man asked while the pink-haired girl sighed and left the office. A couple of minutes later, the woman returned with 5 girls and someone else who made Izuku's hair stand on end. Assistant, Tejina exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the terrified green-haired man. I'm quite dead, the green-haired man whispered, dropping his head, while the silver-haired woman looked excited. The director smiled. Kurisu shook her head in silence, while the redheads looked at him with indifference while the one with headphones looked at him with surprise. The afternoon came to the city while a slender silhouette walked aimlessly. At this moment we can see how this person seems to be handling an electronic agenda in his hands and seemed to have some problems with it due to his long nails. Maybe it's time to update myself a little, this old virtual notebook seems like it will become obsolete in no time. In the meantime, let's see what the latest news from high school is, said that silhouette with a high-pitched voice, while observing the most recent news. Rumor has it that the goddess Komi has spoken in public. It is said that her voice was so beautiful that Yamai-ren, who was nearby, ended up completely frozen by such a beautiful and angelic voice. The goddess Komi does it again. That girl really has the school crazy, said the guy looking at a photo, making a blush and a smile of excitement appear on his face. Oh wow, she's a cutie, that damn girl. Maybe, if I could convince her to go out with me, I could become king, lord and master of the world, and no one could stop it. The strange guy laughed while his tongue shook as if it were a live snake. Hey Kyoko-ne, what's wrong with that man? Asked a gray-haired boy pointing at the loudmouth, while the aforementioned just took his hand and made him move away from that guy. Don't pay attention to him, he's just crazy, replied a young woman with long brown hair tied in a ponytail and big hazel eyes. Once the madman calmed down, he decided to continue checking the school news, and honestly everything was very boring, nothing ever happened in that place. Future school festival, anything can happen. Interview with Najimi Asana, discover his biggest secret. Girl or boy? Diaryus, the crazy magic girl, does it again. The senpai of the magic club ends up desecrating herself while trying to do a trick to attract more members to her magic club. Diaryus. School superhero. Well, this sounds more interesting now, the boy mentioned, clicking on the news. In it you could see a green-haired man protecting a young red-haired woman who seemed very surprised by the boy's actions. Izuku Midoriya, the one who was believed to be a mysterious boy for some and interesting for others, proved to be a superhero with superhuman reflexes and strength, as he saved a student from being hit by a ball from the soccer team. But that's not all. The ball burst in his hand. Some claim to have seen him apply pressure with his hand to achieve this. What do you think? That guy read what do I think? Well, I think I found my bodyguard, that boy said with a mocking smile as he continued on his way. Classes came to an end, and Izuku had to go straight to the library to meet with the girls he'd be tutoring. Meanwhile, we can see a sliding door open, and Shoko Komi enters through it, looking sideways, completely alone in the magic club. The young woman sat down waiting for someone to arrive. She was very excited, however the clock showed that 20 minutes had passed and no one had appeared at the door. She stood up ready to leave when her attention was stolen by a top hat and a wand that were placed in front of the seat that surely belonged to the senpai. Komi was very curious about the hat, so he approached it and looked inside. It seemed there was nothing inside. Then he took the wand that was next to the hat and tapped the edges. This seemed to activate a mechanism because the hat expelled smoke. Eek! The young apprentice exclaimed, scared and trembling at the sudden reaction of the magical object. Once she calmed down, Shoko let the hat thing go since there were still plenty of things to try. At that moment, she found a deck of cards, which she picked up in one hand. The girl decided to pretend to be doing an act for an audience, showing the cards. She tried to shuffle them, but since she had no experience, they all flew through the air. Komi ended up in a corner of the club with a blue aura surrounding him while the cards were on the floor. Magic takes its time. For his part, our green-haired friend had received special permission just for that day. According to the director, he needed to get acquainted with the girls he would be helping with their studies. However, he was currently having some difficulties because they all seemed to be uninterested and doubted the abilities of someone like the green-haired boy. "Excuse me," Izuku called, where the only one who turned to look at him was the silver-haired girl. The rest seemed to be in their own world. "I wanted to know if you needed help with something special," the boy explained with sadness, because he had never been with so many girls at once. "Oh, yes, I need help," the silver-haired girl mentioned, raising her hand with great emotion. "Of course, senpai," Izuku replied, looking at the girl. "How can I help you?" the boy asked while the silver-haired girl smiled arrogantly. Hum, I'm glad to see you're such a participative assistant," the girl said while smiling, and the rest of the girls ignored her. One was drawing, another was painting her nails, another was listening to music, one was reading a book, and the last one was checking her cell phone. "This is called," the gray-haired girl said, making a cool pose, but was interrupted by Izuku. "Senpai, I mean about your studies," the green-haired boy said, making her almost turn her back. "What about you girls? Are you having trouble with any subject in general? Maybe something you don't understand?" the green-haired boy asked, watching as the girl with the star accessory looked away from her cell phone. "I'm very sorry that they offered you a position that isn't necessary. I am capable of studying on my own. I don't need your help, so it's better not to waste time and breath," the girl asked with a serious voice and a respectful tone. "Please don't ask me to disobey the director's orders," the green-haired man mentioned, scratching the back of his neck. "Well then it's quite simple. We go to the director and tell him we don't want him as a tutor," commented the one with straight hair with ornaments that emulated the wings of a butterfly. "For my part, I'm dedicated to show business. There'll soon be a movie or series that I can star in," explained the woman with short pink hair as she looked up from her cell phone. The green-haired boy sighed tiredly. Neither of them seemed to have any intention of learning. Then he looked at the girl with the headphones, placing them firmly on her head. "Giraffe!" the orange-haired girl exclaimed, scaring the green-haired boy. He noticed the notebook she had given him had torn pages and some crayons on the table. "When did she do that?" Izuku asked in shock, his head in turmoil, even the bearers unable to understand what was going on with that girl. "I'll break your neck," the orange-haired girl said, making a fighting pose. The green-haired boy just let his head fall against the table. He felt exhausted. "Well, since everything has been said," the one with pink hair mentioned. "You're going to sit down and study," a voice declared, making the girls tremble in fear when Kurisu sat next to the green-haired boy, crossing her arms as she gave a sharp look to the girls who couldn't stop trembling when they saw her. But you don't give us lessons, you don't have the right to," the girl insisted, when the woman's look made them shut up. "Nino Nakano, bad attitude, daddy's little princess, and you always think you're right. The only thing that impresses me is your gift of command. Unfortunately it won't be of any use to you with me," the woman mentioned, embarrassing the girl who looked down. "Ikika Nakano, what a disappointment," Kurisu sentenced, making the eldest of the Nakano sisters narrow her gaze. "Itsuki Nakano, you may pretend to be intelligent, but you are third among your sisters. The only thing you stand out for is being a pretty face," the woman commented, making the girl look down and clench her fists. "Shiny!" Yotsuba shouted, breaking the paper giraffe's neck. I have nothing to say other than what is seen in Yotsuba Nakano, the woman commented with a sigh, then looked at the last of the sisters, who stood up and slid a leaf to the green-haired man. Izuku, noticing the leaf, looked up and could see the girl sit down and close her eyes while her sisters paid attention to her actions. You prevented a ball from hurting me, I can prevent you from getting into trouble, I will support you, but if your teaching methods don't convince me, I'll leave, said the girl calmly. Am I? Miku, what are you doing? Nino questioned, looking at her sister. She felt betrayed because they had never accepted help from outsiders. The help was always between them and nothing more. You have to know that the more we refuse to learn, the more the teachers will insist. If we fail one more time, we'll have to change not only schools, but cities as well, the young woman explained to her sisters. At least one of them showed intelligence, like Rina. Kurisu commented, looking at the sheet she gave the green-haired boy. It covered topics he had problems with. I'll support you the first week, Midoriya, but you'll have to do your part, explained the pink-haired woman, making the boy nod. Are you sure about this, Kurisu-sensei? I don't want to take up your time, Midoriya said with concern. If in 3 days you show me that you can handle them and that they respond well, then I'll let you do it alone, the woman commented, causing the boy to nod gratefully. It was a rather tedious start, but Izuku managed to work with the girls that day. In the end they established the schedules while Kurisu intimidated Tejina and Nino more than once for their rebellious behavior. Now Izuku was walking towards the school exit. His mind felt like a mess, not even when Shinso entering his head caused him such headaches. Once outside the school grounds he found Hayase and Shoko, who nodded silently at the words that the short girl was saying. Shoko, Nagatoro-san, I thought you had already left, said the boy, looking at the girls who, upon hearing them called, turned in the direction of the voice. The swimming club activities have been suspended, Nagatoro replied, somewhat annoyed, while Komi wrote something in her notebook and then showed it. The senpai didn't show up at the magic club. About that, the boy said, scratching his neck. It seems I'm going to be the tutor of the senpai and other girls, the green-haired boy answered, making Shoko jump. At that moment, one of the most striking groups of girls in the entire school passed by behind Izuku as a limousine parked at the school entrance. The girls decided to ignore it, or at least most of them, as the girl with the headphones stopped next to Izuku again. Don't eat anything they offer you tomorrow, no matter how innocent they may seem, Miku warned before continuing on her way, being the last to board the vehicle. The green-haired man felt a chill run down his spine as the car pulled away. Then Komi showed another one of his texts. Do you know them? Closing square bracket. Well, these are the girls I'll be helping starting tomorrow, explained the green-haired boy, looking at the girls. They all seem like show-offs, Nagatoro said, looking at the green-haired boy, who just smiled nervously. And why did they punish you? The brunette asked, raising an eyebrow. They told me it's a good opportunity to increase my monthly scholarship money, Izuku explained. At that moment the green-haired boy heard footsteps in his direction and could see a strange boy with black hair and a strangely large nose. The green-haired boy stiffened when he saw him. We have to go, the green-haired boy asked, missing the girls for their behavior. Why? The brunette asked, when the guy reached Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder, stiffening him. Well, but look who we have here. You know I've been looking for you for a long time, my very dear and best friend. Izuku. Midoriya mentioned that guy with a masculine but high-pitched and somewhat nasal voice. Diaryus, this has to be a damn joke. Diaryus, why did he have to appear precisely now? Diaryus, Izuku complained mentally while Komi and Nagatoro looked at each other strangely by the green-haired boy's behavior. It was the first time they looked at him so irritated. Who is this vermin? I don't like him at all, Nagatoro commented, as cat ears and a bristly tail popped out of nowhere, never taking his eyes off the newcomer. Do you know him? Komi asked, raising her notebook. Not at all, I don't hang out with aliens, the green-haired man replied, hoping the boy would go away and leave him alone. But Izuku, if you and I are like thick as thieves, you're like my brother. I think that by hanging out with these beauties you ended up forgetting about me. I don't blame you, the same thing would have happened to me, the young man mentioned, placing a hand on Nagatoro's shoulder, which took his wrist and squeezed it easily. Oh, let go, my little hand hurts, the man complained, completely subdued by Hayase. Don't touch me again. You're trash, the girl said with a very serious look. Wow, you're quite the little wild thing. I like that in a woman. The boy laughed while rubbing his hand to relieve the pain. But what do I see? You must be the goddess Komi that everyone talks about. My name is Haruo Nijima. It's a pleasure to be before such a beautiful young woman. The boy introduced himself, then Nagatoro violently grabbed him by the nose and made him look into his eyes. Stay away from her. Shoko won't go out with an irritating worm like you, Nagatoro declared, watching her as he let go of her. What do you want, Nijima? The green-haired man asked, making the black-haired man smile. Wow, can't you just come and say hi to your best friend in the whole world? Nijima asked, amused. You are not my friend, you are a demon disguised as an alien, said the green-haired man pointing at him. You're really excited. Well, I'll leave for now. I'll come back when you're calmer. We'll see each other soon. The boy said goodbye with his hands in his pockets, letting the green-haired boy breathe more calmly. Are you okay? Closing square bracket. I'm sorry, but that guy puts me in a really bad mood, said the green-haired boy while putting a hand to his forehead. All I want right now is to get home and relax a little. It's been a really long day, complained the green-haired boy while letting out a tired sigh. Hey, if you want I can walk the kitten home. You should go rest. It seems you need it. You look tired than usual, Nagatoro commented looking at Izuku. Don't worry, I can do this. Don't worry about me, she replied with a somewhat forced smile since she felt like her head was going to explode, but she couldn't allow herself to let these two go alone. Are you sure? You really look very tired, Komi showed what she had written in her notebook. Of course, walking, said the green-haired man so that everyone could get going. After dropping the girls off at their respective homes, the green-haired boy headed home, where he got a big surprise when he arrived. Sitting on the steps of the apartments was El Booter, who smiled and hugged him when he saw him. Boy, you won't believe this, the most amazing thing in the world just happened. The big guy, the boss, wants to see you in the ring as his best man. You just have to show up when he asks you to kick some ass and bam. We'll be rich, said the dark-haired guy excitedly while hugging the green-haired guy. Hey, Vulture, calm down, buddy. What did you say to him? The green-haired man asked, looking at his manager. I told him I'd talk to you about it. He's really interested in you, kid. What do you say? The dark-haired man asked with a smile. Don't assure him anything yet. Tell him I have to think about it, Izuku replied, looking at the brunette. But boy, it's not even worth thinking about. Hey Dinah, look at me, he said, grabbing his face. Boy, you have a gift for kicking ass that I've never seen. Come on, don't do this to me, accept. In fact, I promise you 80% of the profits if you accept right now, Vulture said, wanting to convince the green-haired boy. Vulture, I really appreciate it, but I don't like to fight. I do it when I really need the money. Right now I'm fine, Midoriya said, wanting to have some peace. Okay kid, you win, but you owe me a big one. I'll accept because I love you and you're like the white brother I never had. Come give me a hug, the dark-haired boy asked, while the green-haired boy laughed a little. This guy always made him laugh. Thank you for understanding, said the green-haired man, while the dark-haired man patted him on the shoulder. You don't have to thank me. Well, I'm leaving. Call me if you change your mind. Izuku's manager said goodbye while the green-haired man felt something in his back pocket, when he realized it was an envelope with a lot of money. You will never change, Izuku said, looking at the envelope, which had bonus bets written on it. With those words, the boy entered his home and closed the door. Nakano, the senpai, and Nijima left him exhausted, and it was only the first day as a tutor. Days have passed in Izuku's life, and in a certain way they seemed to improve. Currently there wasn't much criminal activity. The people of the underworld had become very discreet in the face of the terror caused by knowing that from the shadows that damn psychopathic ninja could emerge and ruin everything. Preparatory school. At this moment we can see how Izuku Midoriya was analyzing some leaves in his hands. He looked very concentrated. Sitting in front of him were those girls who had been placed as his apprentices. Well, after reviewing these exams I can only say one thing. Congratulations. The green-haired man looked up from the papers, and this ended up filling them with emotion. Did we make it? Itsuki asked, while Izuku smiled and remained silent until he decided to speak. They all failed. For the third time. Izuku's smile disappeared as he looked down, letting out a heavy sigh. If only he could be like Iida-kun or Yaoyorozu-san, he would surely be able to motivate these girls. We've been studying for almost 2 weeks. I'm not going to scold you, I have no right to do so, but if I'm here to help you, please tell me how I can support you, the green-haired boy asked. The senpai stood up with an optimistic expression on her face. Well, it turns out that yes, I need your help. This is a very special magic trick, the girl was interrupted. Senpai, I mean the subjects you are having difficulty with, the green-haired boy clarified, watching the white-haired girl sit down, dejected. Maybe we should leave it for today. If I continue overloading their minds I'll only frustrate them, Izuku explained, ready to stand up. At that moment Izuku saw a sheet of paper sliding next to him. The green-haired boy turned his face and was surprised to see Komi sitting next to him. How much did she have there? He didn't know, but he proceeded to take the sheet of paper and see what she had written. Why don't you try with prizes? Izuku looked at Komi curiously, and after thinking about it for a bit, he stood up and left the library, leaving Shoko behind. She didn't expect to be alone with the quintuplets and the senpai, so she started to get nervous and looked away while shaking a little. Do you want to see a magic trick? Tejina asked, causing only Komi and Yotsuba to nod excitedly. This took her by surprise. They didn't always want to see her perform magic, so she became a little shaky. What are you going to do? Can you make a rabbit appear out of your hat? Pull coins out of other people's ears? I know. Cut Nino in two, Yotsuba asked excitedly, while Komi nodded, her eyes lighting up at her senpai's magic. Hey, don't put me in your business, complained the pink-haired girl with butterfly ornaments in her hair. Shish, was heard while a woman asked them to be quiet. This embarrassed the girls who hid behind their books. Well, here I go, said the senpai nervously and trembling a little. This is a normal bill of 1,000 yen, commented the girl, showing said bill. Now I'll put it inside this envelope, indicated the redhead, making the sisters look at her out of the corner of their eyes but in a hidden way. Then said the girl, taking out some scissors. I'll cut it. Tear, she indicated she was cutting the envelope in half. And the bill is intact, commented the red-headed girl, showing the bill, leaving the redheads and Komi surprised eye. I did it, exclaimed the senpai, seeing that she had done a trick in public. You're awesome, senpai, Yotsuba congratulated while Komi nodded at her words. Okay, I'm here now, said the green-haired boy, dropping several sweets on the table, making the girls look quite confused. Are you planning on opening your own candy store? I'd be happy to give you money to leave Mr. Willy Wonka alone, Nino complained, watching Izuku take a seat. Okay, let's see, the green-haired boy mentioned, ignoring Nino's words. The boy looked through the pages and took the first one. Aha, Yotsuba. The girl stiffened upon hearing her name. What is the capital of Japan? Izuku asked, making his sisters and senpai the center of attention. It's Kyoto. Yotsuba responded desperately and comically, making the green-haired boy have a drop of sweat running down his neck. The capital is Tokyo, Itsuki corrected calmly. How do you know that? Nino asked accusingly, while Itsuki smiled. Once we accompanied Dad on a business trip, and I remember very well that he closed a very important deal at one of the best restaurants in Tokyo, the best shrimp of my young life, said the girl with her hands on her cheeks. It was then that the girl heard something being placed in front of her. A chocolate. Why? Asked the redhead, confused when she saw the sweet. She didn't plan on saying no to a good snack, but it was strange that the green-haired man gave her this. Although the question was for Yotsuba, you answered the question correctly, so your reward is a chocolate. Listen girls, maybe if you see a reward involved you will be motivated to participate and put in a little effort. I know they are just sweets, but for each question you answer correctly I will give you one of these as a prize, clarified the green-haired man. Komi's idea had been a success. Do you think we're dogs in training? Nino asked, somewhat uncomfortable and annoyed with Izuku. Ask me again. Yotsuba asked determinedly. The fire of ambition could be seen in her eyes, while in the distance Kurisu stood with her arms crossed and turned around ready to leave, but stopped next to a bookcase. Stalking a man is pathetic. I would recommend a direct approach, mentioned the pink-haired woman, while behind the bookcase a young woman with black hair could be seen retreating. You were wrong again, Yotsuba said the green-haired man with a smile. The answer is cooking. Nino replied, leaving Yotsuba in shock. That's right, Nino-san. That's the correct definition for the rise in temperature of a food when it's subjected to a boiling liquid, said the green-haired man, taking a chocolate bar that he left in front of the girl. Thank you, the capricious little princess replied, embarrassed. Each of the girls began to answer the green-haired boy's questions. Currently the positions from lowest to highest were Ikika 4, Yotsuba 2, Miku 6, Itsuki 5, Tejina 3, Nino 3, Komi 17. Hey Midoriya, could I have one of those? Ikika asked her tutor. Well, if you want to win him over, you'll have to answer the following question correctly, Ikika-san, the green-haired man commented, challenging the girl. Oh come on, I can give you something else, let's not complicate things, the girl mentioned seductively while opening her cleavage a little more. Izuku looked somewhat nervous. No, I'm sorry, so, you'll only get one if you answer correctly, the boy explained somewhat nervously. This frustrated Ikika a little. Hey Nino, are you going to eat that one? Yotsuba asked, wanting to take one of her sweets. Keep your filthy paws away from my prizes, I earned them, Nino complained, sticking his tongue out at his sister in a childish manner. Izuku smiled as he saw that it seemed like with an incentive they would try a little harder. You know, putting effort into your exams and assignments can bring benefits. If your parents find out that you are getting good grades, it is certain that they could reward you for your effort. For the moment I promise to reward you when you get good grades and the more you put in your part when studying, said the green-haired boy, making the girls look at each other and nod. After those words, young Midoriya proceeded to take out of his backpack a copy of the blank exams ready to be answered. Okay girls, we'll do it one more time, you have 1 hour to answer the test, explained the green-haired boy, handing each of the sheets to the girls. Most of today's questions are on that test, so I trust that you'll do better this time, said Izuku, taking his place. 1 hour later, well girls, based on your answers let me tell you that you achieved something impressive, commented the green-haired man, making everyone look hopeful. However, you are still failing, said the green-haired man, disappointing everyone. However, the green-haired man put larger chocolate bars in front of them on their tests. Again, are you sure you're grading correctly? Maybe you're dumber than us and don't know the right answers, Nino complained, pointing accusingly at him after learning that she had failed again. Can you calm down a little, Nino? Asked the green-haired boy, watching the girls sit down and snort. It's true that they failed, but I noticed something different this time. At that moment, the boy slid the papers on the table. This time each one exceeded 30%, but without a doubt the one who surprised me the most was Miku-san. She reached 50%. Congratulations, said the boy, since the young woman with the headphones tried really hard this time. Did I get a better grade than my sisters? The girl asked, taking out her test paper, which said 54%. Yes, you improved a lot after the incentive. You deserve a good rest this weekend. Take advantage of it as best suits you, and on Monday afternoon we will try again. I trust you, said the green-haired man, blushing each of the girls who just looked away. Well, maybe you're not that bad as a tutor, Nino commented, looking away. She was a real tsundere. With those words, the Nakano girls left, as did their senpai. The latter decided to run back to her magic club, hoping to keep trying the trick that had been a huge success that afternoon. However, it didn't end there. Komi placed one of her sweets in front of the redheads. Congratulations girls, Komi showed her notebook with what she had written and then smiled at them. But she felt sorry when she saw their faces and hid behind Izuku. The Nakano sisters smiled, and after taking their belongings they left, leaving Izuku and Komi alone. Well Shoko-san, it's time to go home, the green-haired boy mentioned while Komi nodded. Izuku felt danger, and turned his head in the direction of the bookshelves. However, there was no one there. The boy downplayed it and went with his friend, while in the shadows a sinister glow was reflected in some glasses which focused on the green-haired boy. Outside of school, it's weird. Izuku looked thoughtful while Komi paid attention to him. I didn't see Nagatoro-san all day, the boy commented, while Komi took out her notebook and wrote something while they walked together. Swimming competition. Oh, I understand, said the green-haired man with a smile, while Komi walked silently beside Izuku. The silence between them was somewhat uncomfortable. Komi kept her gaze straight ahead, while Izuku looked away, looking for something to talk about. Diaryus pttss's hey Izuku Diaryus, a familiar voice called out, making the boy turn around. Diaryus, I'm in your head, fool, but that doesn't matter. Take advantage of the fact that the untamable little beast isn't here and tell this beautiful girl. Diaryus, what beautiful eyes you have. Diaryus, it was Nana's voice. Diaryus, yeah, good idea, thanks Nana. Diaryus, the boy cleared his throat and turned to look at the girl. Shoko, what beautiful eyes I have, said the green-haired boy. Komi blinked in confusion, while Izuku could swear he heard a multiple facepalm in his head. No, you big idiot, tell her she has beautiful eyes. Nana exclaimed angrily from her head. Diaryus, yeah, sure, hee how clumsy of me. Diaryus, the green-haired man mentioned ahem. Shoko, you have beautiful eyes. When she said those words the girl blushed and ran away. Wait Shoko, I'm sorry, I just didn't know what to say, the green-haired man mentioned, who simply walked disappointed, but when he approached where she passed the girl ran away. Thank you, your eyes are pretty too, Komi said, feeling somewhat protected since the green-haired boy couldn't see her. Now it was Izuku who looked like a strawberry. Well, the boy didn't know what to say. Help me. A scream for help was heard. The green-haired man became serious, but Komi's hand stopped him. Shoko, the green-haired boy asked, seeing her acting strange. Komi simply took him by the hand and dragged him to an alley so he could change there. I understand, said the green-haired boy, who began to take off his uniform, since underneath his clothes he wore his green ninja outfit. Will you be able to return home without me? The green-haired boy asked when Komi sadly showed something written. I'd like to see you in action. Someone help me, that voice begged. Izuku knew it could be dangerous, but he couldn't keep wasting time. Excuse me for this, but hold on tight. With those words he took Komi in his arms as if she were a princess and made a powerful leap into the air, making the girl cling to him with some fear. The green ninja was ready for action and now they were floating in the air thanks to Nana's ability. Izuku was looking for the origin of the scream while Komi trembled in his arms. Are you okay? Midoriya asked, receiving a nod from the girl he was clinging to. Calm down, I'm not going to let you go. I just want a better field of vision. Saying those words, Shoko dared to open her eyes and see the city from the air. Beautiful, Komi whispered to herself. At that moment the cry for help was heard again and the green-haired boy was able to locate the source. He quickly returned to the ground while Komi clung tightly to the green-haired boy. Once on the ground the boy lowered her near some buildings, making the girl feel safer. Wait for me here, Midoriya asked to jump into action while Komi watched how Izuku would act as a hero in front of her eyes. It would be the first time she would see him in action. The green-haired man jumped in between a pair of men and a young woman with blonde hair who was being threatened with a firearm. The green ninja took the weapon that was pointed at the woman and simply bent it as if it were a toy. But what? The assailant asked in shock at what had happened to his weapon. Who ort? A very angry voice was heard, making Izuku look quite confused by the current events. Cut, Izuku asked, looking at the woman. Oh my god, this costume is also great, the production really knows what they're doing, said the girl with blonde hair and pink tips. You are Kitagawa-san, the green ninja muttered upon seeing one of his classmates there. Did you say something? The curious girl asked, thinking she'd heard something. The masked man just shook his head. Who's that idiot over there? Get him out, we can't waste time anymore, exclaimed a man with a tablet, while another man just sighed in regret. Can you tell me what's going on? The green-haired man asked, as he felt someone grabbing his collar. Hey brat, get out of here, this isn't a game, we're way behind and our green ninja movie has to be ready before this winter, the man complained. The green ninja movie? Izuku asked, blinking. Was it a movie about him? That's right, this movie will be released at the end of November, Kitagawa explained with a friendly smile. Minutes later, Midoriya was seen off stage while the production crew set about setting up the stage again. Izuku had returned to Komi's side, who was excitedly looking at a poster promoting the Green Ninja movie. Maybe we should deal with the flight scene and the entrance of the Green Ninja to rescue his beloved, the film's director commented thoughtfully. It's the best option, sir. I'll mobilize everyone immediately, commented the assistant, who looked very anxious and excited. However, I did not accept this. Get me down, I'm terrible of heights. Get me down, "Get me down," shouted an actor dressed as the Green Ninja, who was 10 stories up. "It can't be more a track. I have an idea. Bring the boy who interrupted us. His little joke cost us quite a bit of money. Tell him he has to help us and as a reward he can take pictures with the girls," said the director. "Right away, sir." The assistant ran out in search of Izuku, whom he found almost at the exit of the recording set. "Hey, kid," the assistant shouted, drawing the attention of Izuku and Komi, who turned to look at him. "There's something I'd like to talk to you about," the assistant commented. Minutes later, Izuku was riding in an elevator with the assistant, who was explaining to him what his role would be in the next few minutes. "Don't worry, all the equipment is very safe. We'll just put a couple of harnesses on you and the crane will take care of everything," said the assistant calmly. "I understand, but I can't take too long. I have things to do," and Midoriya was interrupted. "Look kid, if you do it right the first time you'll leave sooner. Now what we're going to do, you may have an impressive green ninja suit but you probably don't know anything about him like we do who are dedicated to doing exhaustive research on him. So when your flying scene is over, you'll arrive in front of a wall and you'll do this with your hand and you'll shout, 'Air bullet,'" exclaimed with excitement the assistant, who seemed to be a super fan and knew everything. "Air bullet?" the green-haired man asked, confused. "That's what the Green Ninja says when he throws his air bullet through his fingers. It's his signature attack to defeat the bad guys," commented the assistant, watching them as they approached their destination, the rooftop. "I'm pretty sure that's not what he said. You know, if you'd like I could contribute something that." At that moment the green-haired man felt someone grabbing his clothes. "No creative liberties. You're just a stunt double who'll be performing the dangerous scenes. Be grateful that you'll be able to participate, and if you're lucky, we'll add your name to the end credits. By the way, what's your name?" the assistant asked, taking the boy's information. Midoriya got nervous, so he said the first thing that came to mind. Katsuki Todoroki." The green-haired boy felt quite strange when he said that. "Okay, Todoroki-san, it's time," said the assistant, and so they began to put the safety equipment on Katsuki. "Everything is ready, boy, don't worry, the crane is very safe. Get ready," the director asked with his megaphone, while the crane operator was ready to move the boy. "The Green Ninja doesn't fly," Izuku said, hoping they would listen to him. This ended up making a vein pop in the assistant. "Just jump or I'll go and kick you myself," exclaimed the guy, losing his patience with Izuku, who ended up resigning while Komi looked worried about the trouble her friend had gotten into. "Action," the director sentenced. At that moment the Green Ninja jumped into nothingness and the crane began to move. Izuku: "Very well. That looks perfect." Now that the girls in the background appear, indicated the director, looking at two girls quite familiar to the green-haired man, appeared. One was a redhead with short hair and the other was brown-haired and had long hair. "Look in the sky," the brunette pointed out with quite a bit of surprise. "What could that be?" the redhead asked, bringing her hands to her mouth. "Perfect ladies. Calm down boy, everything is going great, we're almost finished," indicated the director, guiding the actions of the hooded man. "Amateur," the redhead complained once they left the camera. "Overacted," the brunette insulted, arms crossed, while directing her attention to the scene with the hooded man. "Now boy, launch your air bullet and we'll finish the scene," the director said excitedly. Izuku took position and "Delaware," the green-haired man exclaimed, making both the director and the assistant clutch their heads. No, the perfect scene was ruined. I told him not to take liberties," complained the assistant, while the director looked on in shock as the boy was surrounded by green energy. "Smaaash," Izuku shouted when his Diaryus air bullet Diaryus did its job without any special effect. Instantly the wall flew into pieces, taking with it a part of the stage, leaving everyone in shock. "Diaryus, oh no. I forgot I was just supposed to act it out." "Diaryus," the green-haired boy thought, "it was a real pleasure but I have to go now," he said, jumping in the direction where Komi was to take her in his arms without giving her time to react and leave in a hurry. "It was the real one," the assistant said in shock. "He was with his hero the whole time." However, the assistant ended up receiving a slap on the head. "You assured me that he yelled air bullet. You're a fool," the director exclaimed, annoyed by the bad information he had received. I'm sorry, the assistant apologized, very embarrassed. Izuku and Komi were leaving an alley where Midoriya stopped to put on his school uniform once more. Minutes later, they had both arrived at the Komi family estate and were standing in front of Shoko's front door. "Will you give me your autograph when you're famous?" Komi wanted to joke a little about the subject to ease the tension between them. "I don't think the movie will be that good, I mean I'm a terrible actor." Izuku scratched the back of his neck while smiling nervously. "I would like to see her," the girl murmured, causing the green-haired boy to be surprised, since he had heard her speak quite a bit that day, even if they were short sentences. "Well, yes, if you want, we could go together," Izuku suggested, looking away while Komi did the same and said, as she nodded her head. "It's time for me to go, I have to get home, eat and patrol." Before he could continue his sentence, a silhouette appeared at the door of the house. "Oh Shoko, you're here. I was starting to get worried," commented a woman who looked quite similar to Shoko. "And you brought company, nice to meet you. My name is Shuko Komi. I'm Shoko's mother. Are you her friend? Or are you her boyfriend?" the woman asked, upsetting her daughter, who had become quite nervous. The green-haired man was sweating a lot. This was a battle he wasn't prepared for. All Might never taught him how to fight the battle called getting to know my friend's mother. A bully, humiliation, rejection, a beast, a murderer, a psychopath, the Yakuza, professional killers, a supervillain. All of the aforementioned have been great challenges that Izuku Midoriya had faced throughout his young life, but nothing, not even All Might, prepared him to face one of the greatest challenges to overcome. Right now we can see Shoko in the background very upset as she saw how her mother settled behind Izuku while placing her hands on the boy's shoulders to make him walk inside her home. "Oh, don't be shy, come in, you're in your house, come on, don't stay there. All of Shoko's friends are welcome in this home, come on, don't be so hard to get," said the radiant and youthful woman, making Izuku walk inside the house, while poor Shoko had a panic attack and became nervous when she saw that she couldn't stop her mother, because she even let out altered screams while pulling her. They looked like a very funny old cartoon. Living room, Komi house. The green-haired boy was now sitting on a sofa, feeling the atmosphere very tense and silent. In front of him was a somewhat robust man wearing office clothes, a white t-shirt, beige pants and black shoes. He was sitting in front of him with his arms crossed, also looking at the boy while a sinister reflection in his glasses prevented his eyes from being seen. "My name is Shuko Komi. I am Shoko's mother and my superpower is eternal youth," declared the woman with a smile while making symbols of love and peace with her hands like an idol. Komi was so red she looked like she would cook herself from the pain and the heat she was generating. The girl was so red she could compete with the traffic lights on the street. The man exclaimed, making Izuku nervous, as he had never expected to find himself in a situation like this. "Oh, nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya," the boy introduced himself very nervously, while the man nodded silently. Several seconds passed without anything being said and Shoko began to sweat from nerves, so she had to act and took out her notebook very hastily. This caught her father's attention. "His name is Masayoshi Komi, he's my dad." The man looked surprised. His daughter was breaking the ice by making a presentation. "Looks like we're getting along. I hope you're hungry. Tonight's dinner will be delicioso," the woman said playfully. "The truth is, I don't think I can stay. I have things to do at home and well." The truth was that the boy had to go out to do some night rounds as he was used to. "Really, it's a shame. I was hoping to meet my little Shoko's first friend," the woman commented, placing a hand on her left cheek in disappointment. The boy looked at Komi, who expressed a strange combination of sadness and pity, as she kept her gaze lowered. "I guess I can leave later," Izuku replied, surprising Komi and his parents. "How nice, Shoko. Why don't you go wash up while I finish setting the table?" the woman suggested while the girl nodded and stood up to guide the green-haired boy, but their path was interrupted by someone. This person seemed to be a little taller than Shoko. "Shusuke, I'm glad you're coming down. Look, Shoko brought her first friend home," commented the woman carrying a ladle in her right hand, looking very excited. The young man had curly black hair, very fine, dark eyes, and his clothes were black, both in his shirt and pants. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya," the boy introduced himself while Komi's brother just looked at him for a couple of seconds and then walked past him, downplaying it a bit. "Did I say something wrong?" Izuku asked while Komi shook her head, then pointed to where they could wash. Once everyone was ready, they approached the table. The green-haired man could find a rather striking amount of food. It looked like a party or something, and the aroma was quite pleasant. It had been a long time since he had felt the family atmosphere. You can eat as much as you like, but don't worry, the woman invited with a smile while Izuku nodded gratefully. He could see how the Komi family was quite peculiar, or maybe Shoko's mother was the peculiar one. Thank you, replied the green-haired boy taking a bowl of white rice. Instantly he smiled. He couldn't help but remember his friend who was a fan of this food. Diaryus. I wonder if everyone is okay after what happened. Diaryus thought the green-haired boy. Midoriya-kun, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Do I happen to know your parents? Komi's mother asked. This made Izuku and Shoko quite nervous. No, I don't think so. I arrived in this city a couple of years ago and I live alone in an apartment. The green-haired man replied. However, they say I have a very ordinary face. Maybe he saw someone similar to me, the boy commented with a nervous smile. Do you live alone? The woman asked, now both father and son looking somewhat interested in the boy's topic. Well, it's just that the green-haired boy was about to say something, when his cell phone rescued him. Thank you God, the boy thought. Relieved. An apology, said the green-haired boy, standing up to leave the family's house. Boy, I know you told me you weren't interested in being a recurring fighter, but I'm serious, the boss is very interested in you, he's looking for you, he wants to talk to you and do business, El Booter commented on the other side of the phone. I can't right now, I'm busy, besides, I have enough money to make ends meet. Didn't you mention it to him? The green-haired man asked, somewhat dismayed. Boy, I'm not saying this for money, I'm saying this because if he wants to see you, he must be very important. Look, I shouldn't say it, but there's a chance he'll try to turn you into a ring star. No more clandestine fights, they'd be official fights, you'd be a star and a public figure, Vulture commented with emotion. I understand, it's a very important decision, but I'll say no. I wasn't born to be in a ring. Fists should always be my last option, the green-haired man responded decisively. Boy, you're killing me, really, you're killing me. Fine, if it's your final decision I'll accept it. Just remember that it's not just anyone. Boy, you know I love you like a brother. Be careful on the streets, the dark-haired man mentioned because he knew well what happened to people who gave the boss no. I can take care of myself. Don't worry, but you should be careful too, the green-haired man advised. Once that was cleared up, the Vulture sighed in regret. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder, scaring him badly. So, a man in a suit asked. You see, my boy Dynamite is busy, you know, kicking some ass and grabbing some hotties out there, the brunette said while the guy in the suit smiled kindly and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, I understand, he's young and likes excitement, it's a shame he's not here, but hey, guys, let the ladies in, after all, we all want to have fun. Asked the boss. This was a man entering his 50s, black hair combed back like some kind of mobster from the movies. He had a very well-groomed goatee. He was wearing a rather expensive and furry coat, underneath a very elegant gray suit, a gold tie and somewhat pointy black shoes. Maybe I should go, I don't want to interrupt your party, said the dark-haired man, since he knew his place quite well. No, Vulture my boy, we are like family, stay, the girls are already here, drink, have some fun, said the man, who with a sign made two very beautiful girls approach. Oh, no sir, I couldn't, the dark-haired man mentioned, that he wanted to stay but didn't feel ready. Vulture, stay, also, if you leave, Crystal and Ruby will be very sad, the man said with a smile while both women laughed and settled next to Vulture. Hey, handsome, is it true what they say about chocolate men? Are they really sweet and long-lasting? One of the women asked, clinging to one of his arms, which was sandwiched between some rather large breasts. While the Vulture could barely say, hey, handsome, is there anything you'd like to do together? Another girl asked, catching the dark-haired guy's attention. Of course, I say yes, the dark-haired man commented as he saw how the other girl imitated her friend and clung to him equally. Vulture, the boss called no phones, the man asked, extending his hand for the device. Oh come on boss, just a few photos or a video, no one will believe me that I was once with two beauty queens, said the vulture, wanting to have the memory and perhaps show it off to his friends. Let's respect the work of the young ladies. Besides, the best photographs always end up here, said the man, touching the dark-haired man's forehead with one of his fingers. Yeah, well, maybe you're right. Here you go. The vulture handed over his phone. This way, sweet man, we have our own private room, one of the girls commented, and when they turned their backs on the boss, her expression changed completely. Find out everything you can about Dynamite. With this, the boss gave the phone to his men. I want to know who he is. Where does he live? If he has a girlfriend, parents, whatever, but I want him today, the man declared seriously, while the men in suits left. Nobody tells me no. Kid, you should have come when I asked you, the man said to himself while a young woman in a bunny suit brought him a glass of wine. Back with Izuku. Right now we can see the boy saying goodbye to the family at the door, Shusuke returning to his room, Masayoshi returning to his place on the sofa, while Shoko said goodbye to the green-haired boy with her mother very excited, waiting for something to happen. Well, at least I got out of the routine with the invitation. It was quite nice, the green-haired man mentioned while Komi nodded and took out her notebook, began to write and then showed it. I'm sorry about what happened to Mom. There are times when you don't know when to stop when you get excited. Don't worry, it's nothing, but well, I have to go. Shoko, good night and thanks for the food. The green-haired man thanked her with a smile and a small bow. Whenever you want, Midoriya-kun, Shuko replied, taking her daughter by surprise, who had to slam the door. Izuku had a drop of sweat while he heard the woman and Komi letting out some strange shrieks while they fought for the door. I exclaimed. Shoko, don't be rude, say goodbye to Midoriya-kun properly, the woman commented. The green-haired man could only laugh a little nervously and then walk away calmly. Casa de Izuku. Midoriya. As soon as the green-haired boy arrived home, the first thing he did was fall into his bed. He closed his eyes and instantly fell asleep. The boy was aware that on some occasions he was taken to the core of One for All. However, this was very different from what he remembered of the core. Mainly none of the former carriers were there, which would surely be discussing the next objective or training that the boy should carry out to reinforce and master more and more the power that was granted to him. Hello, the green-haired man called. It was then that, as he took a step, the floor turned into a red carpet and a sort of room formed around him. So, you've finally come, Shonen. A rather familiar voice called mockingly, making the boy's blood run cold. No, that's not true. You can't be here. You shouldn't even be here, said the boy, taking a couple of steps back. I'm standing right in front of you, aren't I? The man asked. He had his hands behind his back and looked quite calm. Well, not for long. One for all, the green-haired boy shouted, filling with anger. The simple fact of seeing him again made him feel completely useless. SMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA his greatest enemy, but at the moment of landing a blow it did not touch the villain. There was a kind of wall that stood between them. This repelled Izuku and made him fall to the ground with his arms somewhat stunned while his face expressed pure rage, so he prepared himself by doing a double Delaware smash with both hands. "Shonen, please, if one of your punches didn't reach me, what makes you think that pathetic attack would?" The man in the suit and mask asked calmly and without moving. "Shut up," Izuku shouted, firing both attacks, which hit the wall. However, they didn't just make a sound upon impact, the wall was still there. "Are you done?" The man asked to see how Izuku stood up and began to hit the wall hard. The man sighed and a kind of throne appeared. He took a seat while a nightstand appeared next to the throne. From this he took a book and began to ignore the angry Midoriya. "Once I reach you, you'll be dead. I'll make you pay for everything you did," the boy shouted, throwing punch after punch in the hopes of breaking the wall that kept them apart. However, no matter how many times Izuku did it, the wall didn't take any damage. The boy was tired, he was sweating, and what bothered him most was seeing that the guy didn't seem to care what he was doing. "Fine, since I see you're done throwing your tantrum, I'll talk," he commented, leaving his book on the nightstand and standing up. Finally, the objects disappeared. "Yes, indeed, I'm dead," the man said calmly, while the green-haired man looked at him with annoyance. "I'm just a fragmented memory of All for One and I'm here to help you unlock your true potential," the man explained very calmly. "You have nothing that I want from you," the green-haired man declared in an annoyed manner. "Maybe not now, But you'll need me, you can bet. In a time of need you'll come to me for help and I'll gladly give it to you because I'm a generous man. The man explained. At that moment he heard a wall break. The green-haired man turned in that direction and could see a large figure appearing. I found it. It's here, said a voice that the boy recognized instantly. All Might, Midoriya called excitedly. Midoriya Shonen, the blonde exclaimed happily, watching the green-haired boy hug the enormous blonde, who quickly responded to the hug. We were so worried when you didn't show up at the core room. What happened? What is this place? The former symbol of peace asked. Izuku Nana exclaimed, pulling the green-haired boy away from Toshinori to hug him and begin examining him. There are no scratches on your face. You don't have any bruises. Wait. Your hands. They're hurt, the black-haired girl said like some kind of overprotective mother. Mommy, Daddy, we're not alone, Hikage mentioned, looking at All for One. What the hell are you doing here? Nana shouted, hugging the green-haired boy protectively against her chest. Like you, I am a memory implanted in the nucleus, a more recent memory of the last events of my previous life. Also, you must remember that without my intervention, One for All would not exist, right, little brother? The supervillain asked mockingly, while a man with somewhat disheveled white hair remained silent. Come on Shonen, there's no need to stay here, All Might asked as everyone left through the hole in the wall they came through. Midoriya Shonen All for One called, I will eagerly await you. The doors of my home are open and at your complete disposal, the man in the suit commented. However, as he crossed the hole, the green-haired man woke up suddenly, finding someone in his room. Are you okay? You were screaming and you really scared me, said Chizuru, who was currently wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. Mizuhara-san, how did you get in? The green-haired man asked, surprised to see the girl in his apartment. You gave me an emergency key in case I had trouble with my clients. Remember? The girl asked, while the green-haired man remembered having given her said key shortly after their fight at the Double Dragon Club. Oh, yeah, I remembered now. Sorry I scared you, the green-haired boy commented, sitting on the bed and looking at the time on his cell phone. It was 12 at night, he would have to go out on patrol soon. Izuku, are you okay? She asked, somewhat concerned for the boy as she sat down next to him. Yes, I am, don't worry, said the boy, then realized something. Did the power go out? Asked the green-haired boy curiously. There's no light in the entire building, the brunette commented. It was then that Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious about what was happening. Mizuhara-san, are you afraid of the dark? The green-haired man asked, making her blush. Claw, of course not. Besides, I came because you wouldn't stop screaming. That scared me, the girl replied, while the green-haired man giggled at his neighbor's attitude. What are you laughing at, Izuku Midoriya? The brunette asked, a little annoyed. Nothing, just, I thought it was kind of cute that you're afraid of the dark, the green-haired man mentioned, embarrassing the girl, who could only respond by hitting the green-haired man in the face with a pillow. Hey, why is that? The green-haired man asked. She exclaimed, sticking her tongue out at Midoriya in a childish way. This made him narrow his eyes and she answered with a pillow that made him blink, while Izuku answered the same by sticking his tongue out at him. You're dead, declared the brunette, taking a pillow to attack the green-haired boy, who dodged the girl's attempts to hit him. Slow, Izuku said, taking his own fluffy weapon to attack her, while now both were in a pillow fight, which went from being revenge attacks to a fun battle between laughter. Nucleo del One for All. We can see all the carriers sitting in chairs looking at what their pupil was looking at, while Toshinori had a blackboard with chibi faces of those involved. The curious thing was that Nana looked somewhat upset. I will speak very seriously with Izuku for being unfaithful to little Shoko, complained the only woman within the core. Okay, today's round goes to the little kitty and the surrogate girlfriend. Anyone want to bet? The blonde man asked with a smile. Me, I'm going for the redhead with the headphones. Something tells me she has a good chance of being with the boy, Daigoro commented with a smile. For my part, I'll give my vote to the little troublemaker, you know, Shoko's friend, Hikage mentioned with her arms crossed. Hey, that would be very low, she's Shoko's best friend. Are you really thinking of destroying her first friendship with a girl? Nana asked, somewhat annoyed, while the white-haired man remained serious. I want to make a vote. said Yoichi, who did not usually participate much in these things with the successors. I will give my vote to the magical girl, mentioned the first bearer calmly. What an interesting first option, Toshinori mentioned, putting a chibi face of the first one along with Senpai's. And you, Toshinori, who will you support? Asked the bald man of the group, while All Might added something no one expected. Are you serious? Nana asked when she saw All Might's chosen one. I'll keep my comments to myself, the blonde replied with a slight blush as he looked at All Might's face next to Kurisu's. Back to Izuku's room. The green-haired boy and the brunette were lying in bed breathing heavily. There was a mess all over the room, but they were both smiling. I had a lot. That. I didn't have fun. Like this, said the brunette. She felt like a child, like when things were so simple and she only cared about having fun. Same here, the green-haired man mentioned, looking at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. You know, yesterday I had an audition. It wasn't that great, but you have to start somewhere, Shizuru commented, imitating Izuku while they looked at the ceiling. Really? How did it go? The boy asked curiously. You could say she's fine, although my classmate is a pain who wants all the attention, typical of a rich girl whose daddy gives her everything she wants, Mizuhara commented upon getting her first impressions of her classmate. Is it that bad? Izuku asked curiously. I can't stand her, but I can't leave the production, the young woman complained, turning to look at him. Well, as long as you try hard and give your best, one day you'll have your own movie, Izuku explained with a smile. Shirazu smiled too and returned his gaze to the ceiling. I hope so, and you'll have to come see me, Mizuhara mentioned, although it seemed more like an order. I'm sure you will, the green-haired man replied, cheering the girl up. Thank you very much, she replied as tiredness began to set in for both of them, plus the bed was too comfortable. Midoriya and Mizuhara were silent for a couple of seconds until Izuku heard soft breathing. When he turned his head, Chizuru had fallen completely asleep and very close to him. Diaryus, oh crap, Diaryus, the green-haired boy complained. He tried to move, but the brunette did it first and ended up with her head resting on Izuku's chest. Diaryus, oh shit. Diaryus, the green-haired boy shouted mentally while in the core. Nana bit the handkerchief in frustration while the rest of the carriers were dying of laughter. This was the funniest carrier they had gotten. A new day had arrived. The alarm clock began to ring and Mizuhara was the first to react. I don't remember setting an alarm, the girl complained, moving a little, searching with her hand for the infernal artifact. It turns off by itself to give me my 5 minutes, Izuku replied, still a little sleepy. Thanks, Izuku, said the girl, returning to her previous position, with Izuku being her personal pillow. Both of their brains switched on suddenly. Mizuhara separated a little from Izuku and the green-haired boy had a terrified expression as he saw how the girl's face began to turn annoyed while the red on her cheeks intensified. Ah! They both shouted in surprise at being the first person they saw when they woke up. What are you doing in my bed? The girl screamed, throwing everything she had at him. Your bed. It's my bed and you're in my house, the green-haired boy replied, dodging the projectiles. Upon hearing those words, Mizuhara took a good look at the place and turned blue. Oh my god, I slept with a boy, the brunette said, checking herself, hoping that everything was still in place and there was nothing strange. I need to use your bathroom. With those words she just stood up and locked herself in, leaving Izuku very scared. Only this could happen to you, Izuku. The green-haired boy complained about his damn bad luck. The boy had no choice but to get ready for his school day. It didn't take him long, but his gaze was focused on the bathroom door. Several minutes had passed, so he approached and knocked on the door. Mizuhara-san, I should go now. Is everything all right? The boy asked. At that moment the door lock was heard being removed and the door suddenly opening. I'm sorry for my reaction. I didn't expect this, said the brunette, showing only half of her face. She was very embarrassed. Don't worry though, it's not like I'm going to chase you away, but I should go now, Izuku mentioned to see how the girl opened the door. I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have reacted like that. I'm sure you're not one of those who take advantage, the girl commented, looking away. Thank you, said the green-haired man, clearing up the misunderstanding. Anyway, you have to go to school and I have to go back to my room and start working, the girl explained as they both walked to the exit. Have a nice day, said the young woman approaching her apartment. Thanks, you too, the boy commented, watching each other go their separate ways. However, some binoculars were looking at him in the distance. At this moment we can see a black car where a man in a white suit was constantly monitoring Izuku. Sir, we found the house and what appears to be a prospective girlfriend, a man in a suit told his boss. Excellent, don't lose sight of him. Dynamite and I will exchange words this afternoon. Get me the girlfriend when you finish investigating, the man commented seriously. Of course, sir, declared the man in a suit, keeping his distance and following the green-haired man who seemed somewhat thoughtful. Itan Preparatory School. Izuku, like every day, arrived, took a seat, was ignored by most of his classmates, and had a few seconds of calm to organize his confused mind, and it was no wonder. He slept with a girl in the same bed. However, these thoughts were cut short when his classmates became excited to see how Shoko Komi made her appearance. Good morning, Shoko, the boy greeted with a friendly smile, while most of his classmates looked at the green-haired boy with annoyance at speaking to a goddess. Good morning, Green Ninja, the young woman wrote, making the boy nervous. I don't think it's good for you to call me that, said the boy, watching as the girl hid behind her notebook. I'm sorry. Okay guys, you already know the rules. Everything that isn't history class will be saved or I'll take it away from you and sell it online, commented a woman entering the classroom. This would lead to a very boring hour in which Izuku was drawing the whole time. This was noticed by Komi, since the boy was drawing on a sheet of paper a strange man in very elegant clothes. The young girl wanted to ask about that person, but the green-haired man didn't seem to be entirely focused on what was happening around him. It was then that the boy felt like someone's table connected with his. Onmine-san, what's wrong? The green-haired boy asked when he saw the brunette with her hair tied in a ponytail. This took Komi by surprise. Well, it's teamwork. I thought it would be good to work together, the brunette commented with a friendly smile. Hey Komi-san, do you want to work with us? The girl invited, watching Komi nod silently as she moved her desk closer to the two of them. Can I join too? Right, Komi-san, Ren asked excitedly, while Komi looked at her. No, Shoku replied, holding his gaze. This left Yamai blank, while now both his classmates and the teacher herself were attentive to what was happening. Why not? Yamai asked, feeling his perfect world shatter. Komi simply looked away and refused to look at Yamai. The moment was so awkward that the woman had to order the girl's friends to take her to the infirmary. The young admirer was as pale as a cloud. Are you okay? Izuku asked, looking at the girl while Komi wrote in her notebook and showed it to him. I don't like the way he treats you. You are my friend and I will take care of you however I can. The girl hid behind her notebook and looked very sad while Onmine smiled. Komi-san changed a lot when she approached Izuku. The change in both of them was quite interesting. Komi-san, Nene called, making the young girl look over the top of her notebook. Well done. I hope that one day we can be friends and you take care of me like you do, Midoriya, the brunette commented while Komi blinked while some strands of hair shaped like feline ears appeared on Shoko's head. The young girl replied, nodding with an excited expression on her face. Aside from what happened during history class, everything went pretty normally. Najimi got a couple of bills out of Izuku. The senpai defiled herself with a magic trick that didn't turn out the way she wanted, and Nagatoro nearly made Komi die of embarrassment with a few comments. The boy apologized to Komi, because at the end of the class the boy had to spend an hour with the Nakano, who failed them again. And well, with that, we're done for today, girls. In 2 days, I'll give you a different test. Study a little, you're really improving. At least you've passed the 30% mark. The green-haired boy commented with a smile, exciting his students. I still think you're too stupid to teach us, Nino complained, taking his things. Well, it's the first time I've helped so many people study. I've always done everything by myself, and I really would like to have the teaching skills that my friend Yaoyorozu-san has so I can help them. The boy commented, remembering how helpful that girl was to his friends in Class A. Don't be so hard on yourself, Midoriya-san. Nino tends to go overboard because he doesn't know how to express his gratitude. Itsuki mentioned, wanting to cheer up the green-haired boy, while Nino looked away with a blush on his face. Thanks Itsuki-san, the green-haired boy mentioned, watching the sisters leave. He did the same. He had to make up for the time he wasn't patrolling, so he started walking towards the exit when the boy looked at something quite striking out of the corner of his eye. "What's that doing here?" the green-haired man asked, quite confused, looking at what appeared to be a white wooden bench. "Why don't you find out by sitting with me for a few minutes?" a female voice asked, causing the green-haired man to turn to look at her in surprise. Meanwhile, at the exit of the high school, Shoko could be seen waiting for someone. What she didn't know was that she was being seen by the same man who had been following Dynamite. "You've been waiting for this for a long time, my dear. Young Dynamite must be quite special to you, huh?" asked the man who was watching them until he could see something else. "Hey Shoko, you should be home by now, don't you think?" Nagatoro asked when he found her outside alone. "I'm waiting for Izuku." "Well, you know he's giving classes to rich girls. How about I walk you home?" the dark-haired girl asked. Komi looked toward the school doors and, seeing that the green-haired boy hadn't appeared, nodded and followed her friend. The girls started moving and the car did the same behind them. Both were so focused on their own things that they didn't realize they were walking through a quiet area. That's when the car cut them off and that guy got out. "You, get in the car," the man ordered, pointing at Komi. The girl got scared while Nagatoro stood in front of her friend to defend her. "Get in the car, pretty girl," the man ordered, which worried the girls a lot. "Shoko, I'll entertain him, you run," Nagatoro shouted, throwing himself at this guy. Komi was petrified when the guy responded with a slap and threw the girl to the ground. "Eek!" Shoko exclaimed in fear, covering her mouth with her hands, her friend on the floor and seemed to want to get up. "Erk!" Nagatoro exclaimed, biting the man's leg. "Ah damn it!" she screamed in pain as he grabbed her. The guy shook his leg with the intention of getting her to let go but the girl completely refused. "Yoko! Oori!" Nagatoro exclaimed as she continued biting the subject to the point where she caused slight bleeding. "Let me go, damn it!" shouted the guy, who took out a retractable baton from his clothes and hit the brunette to make her let go, but the brunette was very stubborn. He stopped and hit her back while Komi's eyes became glassy. "Let me go," ordered the man while he continued hitting Nagatoro mercilessly. It was then that Komi stopped him by covering Hayase with her body. "No, no Shoko, go, I'll be fine," said the brunette releasing the man's foot. It was then that Komi stood up and looked at the man fixedly to nod. "I'll go, but, don't hurt Hayase anymore," Komi asked, watching the man nod silently. "No, Shoko, don't go, Shoko," the brunette called while Komi got into the car with the man in a suit. "Shoko, run away please," Nagatoro begged when he saw that she was following that guy's orders. The car started moving, leaving Nagatoro behind. The brunette was in so much pain that she could barely stand up, her eyes filling with tears as she watched the car drive away. She started walking. Everything hurt. Her legs slowly began to respond, and she gained some speed, but there was so much pain and fatigue that she fell to the ground. "Shoku oh, the brunette shouted helplessly while Komi kept her gaze lowered inside the car. "It's done," said the man, hearing an "excellent." With that the call ended and the car disappeared into the distance. Violent rescue. It's been 30 minutes since classes ended that day. Right now our green-haired friend is sitting on a white wooden bench with some golden ornaments. It looked like a very elegant seat. To his left, we can see a dark-haired girl sitting there, keeping him company. She had a small, messy fringe covering her forehead, while the rest of her hair was tied in 2 long braids. She wore thick, large glasses that reflected the light, giving her a somewhat sinister air. Izuku had a twitch in his right eye and was somewhat shaky. He had already wasted enough time and that young woman was leaning her head on his shoulder. This was a new level of nervousness, plus this stranger was a complete enigma. Flashback. The green-haired boy agreed to sit down. He could waste a couple of minutes. Once the girl took the seat next to Midoriya, she proceeded to act in a somewhat strange way. "Can I help you with something?" Izuku asked curiously as he looked at the girl with a faint blush on his cheeks and a small smile. "Well, maybe you can," said the girl who seemed quite comfortable with the atmosphere she was creating next to the green-haired man. "I would like you to stay and we can talk a little during the afternoons," requested the young woman with a smile, directing her attention to the boy and his answer. I guess I could, but..." I have to help the Nakano sisters with their studies and, well, in the afternoons I don't have much time to socialize, the boy explained, scratching the back of his neck and trying to be as respectful as possible. By the way, you still haven't told me your name, the green-haired man mentioned, watching the girl smile. I think it would be more chivalrous of you if you introduced yourself first, but it's impossible that in all of Itan High School someone doesn't know the name of Izuku Midoriya, the one who destroys balls using only his hands, said the young woman, making the green-haired boy feel a chill. It's all exaggerations, it's all set up, no one can destroy a ball with just their hands, the green-haired man responded, wanting the topic to go away. I was there, I saw it with my own eyes, replied the girl who couldn't stop smiling. Izuku seemed to be one of those who got very nervous when they were caught. It was a light that was reflected on Venus, and that was what made it seem like the ball was exploding. The truth is that never such a ball ever existed. Everyone within One for All, even All for One, gave themselves a face palm. Izuku was a terrible liar. You'll have to try something better to convince me, mentioned the dark-haired girl. Midoriya-san, my name is Sumirako Sanshokuin, but you can call me Pansy, the girl introduced herself. A silence fell between them. Izuku didn't know what to say or do, even the bearers were quiet and attentive. Well, it was a good talk. I have to go, the green-haired man mentioned, standing up. However, the girl's voice stopped him. Izuku Midoriya, 17 years old, you are a Cancer and you were born on July 15th. You live alone in a departmental area and are completely independent, the young woman commented, making the boy pale. How do you know all that? The boy asked fearfully, now starting to worry about what this girl had to tell him. I'm always watching you, Dynamite, the young woman replied, adjusting her glasses while a small shine was reflected in them. The green-haired man gulped. I think you're confusing me with someone else, said the green-haired man with a nervous smile. Please sit down, the girl asked, pointing to the place where the green-haired man had gotten up from. I don't intend to reveal your identity to anyone, the girl commented. The green-haired man returned to his place while she smiled and hugged Izuku's arm while gently resting her head on the green-haired man's shoulder. What do you want? The boy asked, trying to remain calm about the situation. I already told you, I'm just interested in having a conversation with you, maybe getting to know each other a little better, the young woman replied, while Izuku's heart was beating 1,000 times an hour, because this closeness with a girl crossed many limits. Izuku, the scream of someone he knew quite well was heard. Normally he would complain, but this time he was glad he was present. Izuku, you have to see something. And wow, how much you like Izuku, commented the big-eared man, looking at the green-haired boy next to an unattractive girl. Should I interrupt something? Nijima asked, blinking confused at seeing Izuku very affectionate with a young lady he didn't know. What's wrong, Nijima? The green-haired man asked upon seeing the alien present. I don't mean to interrupt your dates or your romantic relationships, but we have to do something. Look, the big-nosed man exclaimed, showing the screen of his new phone. On it was a piece of news that surprised the green-haired man. Attack and kidnapping, the green-haired man asked in surprise, while looking at a photo of a badly injured Nagatoro being loaded into an ambulance. That's right, my friend. They attacked your violent girlfriend, and that's not all. They say that someone has kidnapped my queen, the future mother of my children, the goddess Shoko Komi, Nijima said, upset while the green-haired man looked at himself in shock. Now Izuku could only see in his mind the most recent image he had of his friend. The green-haired boy didn't think twice and got back on his feet. He was about to run but turned to see Sumirako. She was serious but still nodded. She would let him go without detaining him any longer. Come back safely, I still want to talk to you, said the girl to see how the green-haired man took his things and ran, leaving Nijima behind. Wait for me, Izuku, the big-nosed, pointy-eared man shouted, while the girl retreated, leaving behind the strange being that was Nijima. The green-haired boy ran, releasing energy that manifested itself in the form of lightning while luminous red lines appeared on his face and arms. As soon as he was out of the library, the boy jumped, causing him to take a considerable distance. It's my fault, I should have been with her, the boy said to himself, beginning to despair. Diaryus Midoriya shonen, calm down, losing your cool won't help you at all, You must keep a cool head if you want to find her. I know you'll find Miss Komi Diaryus, All Might said directly to the green-haired boy's thoughts. No, this shouldn't have happened. I'm supposed to keep everyone safe no matter where I am. That's my destiny, said the green-haired boy while taking advantage of Nana's quirk to move through the air after the momentum and speed of the previous jump. Izuku took out his cell phone and began searching for information about Nagatoro. It was difficult to scroll through the air and find the hospital on the device, but he eventually found the address. Hospital. I'm sorry, miss, visiting hours are over. You also need to rest to recover. You were in a lot of pain when you got here, a nurse commented, making the green-haired man feel completely powerless. So, he only had to play one card. He left the hospital and looked for the best place to change his clothes. Minutes later, right now we can see how a sliding window slowly opens, and this made a very tired Nagatoro open her eyes. She could see a white ceiling above her head, and when she looked down, a blue blanket. Where am I? The girl asked, feeling a lot of pain when she tried to get up. She found a catheter on the back of her left hand. Apparently, she was in a hospital. She hoped that what had happened had been a nightmare. She wanted to believe that she had suffered an accident during one of her swimming practice sessions, but everything was far from just a nightmare. Miss Nagatoro, a voice called out, making her turn around. The girl had trouble focusing, but little by little her vision cleared. It was a green-hooded man she recognized instantly. It's you, Hayase whispered when she saw who had appeared before her. You have no reason to be afraid of me, announced the hooded man. Instantly his danger instinct was activated, but his body prevented him from moving, so he received a punch that knocked him down with a single blow. It's all your damn fault. It's your fault they took Shoko away. The brunette screamed. The rage she felt was so great that she simply didn't care about getting out of bed and jumping on the guard. Izuku was completely motionless. The black-haired girl kept hitting him and he did nothing to stop her because deep down he knew that all this was his fault. He allowed innocent people to get too involved in his life, and here were the consequences of his actions. Who the fuck do you think you are? The girl screamed, hitting the hooded man's face. Why? Why did they have to take her away? She is the purest and most good person I've ever met. The scandal Hayase was making attracted the nurses in charge of the floor, who were able to see her hitting a stranger. Nagatoro-san, the nurse exclaimed, hearing her scream, why? In great pain, while the blows became weaker and weaker. Why did they take her? Nagatoro asked in frustration, shedding tears of helplessness. Security, the nurses shouted, scared. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't stop them. I'm so useless, the brunette exclaimed, completely broken. It was then that the green ninja stood up and hugged her, trying to comfort her. You wouldn't have been able to do much even if you wanted to. But you have to tell me if you remember anything about what happened, the ninja asked while Hayase returned the hug with her trembling hands. While she silently denied it and sobbed. I understand, it will be the hard way, the green-haired man commented, because he should go out and look for information. Calm down, I'll get Shoko back and then I'll leave. I've already put you all in too much danger with my presence, the green ninja commented while the nurse looked in shock at the masked man who got up as if nothing had happened after such a beating. Lewd puppy, the girl asked, surprised and confused, since after so much hitting the mask that covered Izuku's identity had fallen off. Now Nagatoro was looking at those green eyes and those freckles that she would recognize anywhere. Get well so she can see her best friend well. She wouldn't like to see you in this state, advised the green-haired man while he returned her to bed and covered her with the blanket. The nurses were very scared while Izuku approached the window and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Move away from the window and come with us, a security guard asked. The hooded man adjusted his mask, then gripped his hands on the window frame and pushed himself outside to begin the hunt. At that moment, his phone rang, and the boy found the name Detective Treese. The green-haired man simply turned off the device and continued his search for information. His first stop would be to get home and get some useful items. Izuku department. When he got home, he found a complete mess. The bed was upside down, there were tons of clothes on the floor, and documents were scattered on the dining room table, on the furniture, and some were scattered on the floor. Midoriya started pacing around the room. He had a very bad feeling about it.
When he reached the dining room table, he found a letter and a photo. Izuku's eyes widened at the message being delivered to him. "No. It can't be true," the boy said, going blank and staring into nothingness. Instantly Izuku's mind reached the core of One for All. The boy looked at the bearers who remained silent and looked at him with some concern. "Don't look at me like that. Say something," the green-haired man demanded, while the bearers looked quite worried. "Calm down, Midoriya Shonen, acting impulsively won't help you at all," All Might said, wanting to calm the boy down. "Being brought here won't fix things," the green-haired man exclaimed, completely frustrated, as his power began to overflow. "Izuku, I also want you to rescue little Shoko, but you have to think and not lose your head. They could hurt her and you could get hurt too," Nana said, approaching the green-haired boy, who upon seeing her too close decided to release the power of the black whips. He was so angry that he only looked at enemies. "No, you don't understand," the green-haired man complained accusingly. "I'm sure that's why all of you died. You didn't have the courage it takes to save the ones you love. I know where they're keeping you both. I'll go and rescue you right now," the green-haired man said furiously with his predecessors. "Midoriya, we know what you're feeling, but you must understand that," the first bearer commented, to be interrupted by a different voice. What am I to understand?" the green-haired man exclaimed as the smokescreen was released now. The previous carriers knew it. They couldn't make him understand the easy way. Now the boy was a time bomb. It would have to be the hard way. "They'll never understand, Midoriya Shonen. Do you know why? It's because they're afraid of their own powers. They're afraid that people will fear them and point them out for being different. They need to feel loved, but what good is people's love in these cases?" asked a voice that made the green-haired boy see that AFO was free. "You," the green-haired man exclaimed when he saw the man extend his hand. "Let me help you, kid. Let me show you that I'm not the bad guy in the story," the man in the black suit commented. "Get away from him." Everyone jumped to attack, but suddenly everything went dark for each of the former wielders as black chains trapped each of the previous users of One for All. "Midoriya, you must resist. There is always a way to solve things. Do not let yourself be convinced by his words." At that moment the black whips manifested and began to cover Daigoro's body, being mummified by his own quirk while he shook trying to free himself. "Boy, you have to react. This is not what a hero does." N wanted to get his attention, but his smoke screen quirk activated, preventing him from speaking. Now he only coughed, making it difficult for him to breathe as he fell to the ground. "Izuku. Izuku, react." Nana shouted as her ability activated and she was forced to float, crushing herself against the ceiling. The pressure was getting stronger and she began to feel a lot of pain. "Midoriya Shonen, react, Midoriya Shonen. You are a hero, son. There is always a solution to any problem, no matter how big it is. There are no simple solutions and you know it, Midoriya Shonen," All Might mentioned while chains clung to his arms and forced him to kneel. Izuku had no expression on his face. There was no shine in his gaze and it was completely darkened. His eyes focused on the man who was offering him help. "No matter how much good you do for humanity, they are selfish. They always think of themselves before others. Allow me to guide your hand this time. I know what it feels like to live completely alone. Leave behind your pride as a hero. Allow yourself to be selfish to recover what was taken from you. You are strong. I will guide you to crush these insignificant insects," declared that man. "Can you promise me you'll both be safe?" the green-haired man asked in a serious, monotonous tone. Of course, your girlfriend will be fine. Just, you have to say yes. Midoriya Shonen." The man responded mockingly, when Izuku took the man's hand, watching as the black whips went crazy and began to cover his body, creating a new black suit. "Midoriya, don't do it!" shouted all the bearers, to end up confined in the most distant part of their subconscious, while a stone throne sprouted from the ground, and then that man sat very calmly before the boy. Outside of Izuku's mind, black whips began to cover him from head to toe, creating a completely black suit. The boy prepared himself by bending slightly and jumped through a wall, leaving crater marks on the ground while the photo and letter fell to the ground. The photo showed Mizuhara bound and gagged with a gun pointed at her, while the letter read, "Double Dragon." "Excellent, boy. Now let's make it clear to all these quirkless that no one messes with a god," said that voice, watching as the green-haired boy advanced with a single objective, the Fight Club. This was a rather violent journey. Izuku was completely clouded by anger, guilt and thirst for revenge.
He jumped through propaganda advertisements on the rooftops, and when he saw a helicopter he used it to propel himself without caring about the danger he had put the people inside in because the machine had destabilized. For her part, Komi was curled up in a corner. She had been offered food, drinks, clothes, and jewelry for being extremely pretty, but she could only shed tears while hugging her knees. Izuku the girl whispered when the door opened, scaring her a little when she saw that those men were coming to see her again. "You're a nuisance for being so pretty," said one of the guys, opening the door and then pushing Mizuhara into the room. He didn't waste any time and ran against the door, but it was closed. "What are you going to do to me? Damn you, answer me," the brunette shouted, but was simply ignored. "Dynamite is so nice. That girl kicked my gold tooth out," complained one of the doormen while checking the wound with his cell phone's front camera. "Well, she must like having a little bit of everything," replied the other while they ignored the annoying girl, because the whole way she kicked and tried to hit them until they put a firearm in her face. "Dynamite?" the brunette asked, recognizing her friend's fighter name. "Is this for Izuku?" the young woman asked, surprised. At that moment, a surprised expression was heard behind her. Chizuru turned around and looked at Shoko in a corner, showing a notebook with something written on it. "Do you know Izuku?" Komi had her notebook and a crayon that she was allowed to keep. The rest of her things had been removed to avoid problems with the quiet one. "Izuku Midoriya?" the brunette asked while Komi nodded, those cat ears popping out. The girl exclaimed while nodding. "He's my neighbor and a friend," the brunette replied, looking at her curiously. "Do you know him?" Chizuru asked, approaching the girl, since it was certain that they would be locked up for a while. "He's my friend from school. He will save us, I trust in him." "I would like to believe you, but I highly doubt that an underworld fighter can fight a criminal group," Chizuru commented. She knew she was skilled, but her fists couldn't fight firearms. "I know he will do it." Chizuru was surprised to see that this girl seemed to trust the green-haired man a lot, as she seemed very determined to wait for him and get them out of this problem. "Hey boss, I think this is going too far. I mean, they're the girlfriends of your best fighter. Nobody messes with another brother's girlfriend. My boy Dynamite, seriously, this place has become one of the favorites for betting," Vulture said. When that man looked at him with annoyance, the boss took out a golden gun and shot the dark-haired man in the leg. "Aw damn it," the dark-haired man shouted as he fell to the ground holding the affected area. "Get this disgusting rat out of here. He's no longer of use to me. I have what I wanted, and also teach him to respect those above him," the man said, lighting a cigarette. "Wait, you can't do this to me, boss. You can't do this to me. You said you were family? That we were like brothers?" Vulture yelled as they grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him out of the club to beat the shit out of him. The young Midoriya was getting closer and closer to the club. Between jumps and impulses, taking advantage of the levitation quirk, he had managed to get closer to the fight club. The boy did his perfect imitation of a heroic fall that was not at all discreet because his strength created a small earthquake in the area that activated several alarms around him. People inside the building looked out the window and could see a black thing slowly approaching the entrance. Izuku looked at the door and saw a grate open through which some eyes peeped out. The man asked for a name, however the door was ripped off with a punch and crushed the man behind it, leaving him unconscious. "Hold on right there. Don't move or we'll blow your brains out," exclaimed a muscular man who was aiming an assault rifle at the green-haired man. Deku challenged them and took a step. Then the subject opened fire at the boy who stood still without making any movement. Once the ammunition cartridge was finished, Izuku took another step. "What the fuck are you?" the man questioned, reaching behind his back to pull a 9mm from his pants and open fire. The noise began to attract attention, so more men went to see what was happening. When they arrived, they only saw their partner being thrown forcefully against a wall. "Finish him," one of the men ordered, causing the rest to raise their weapons and begin shooting at the man in the black suit. Izuku simply began to move like a beast on all fours, dodging the shots because his sense of danger was much more alert than normal. "Look at them, they're terrified. Why don't you show them a little of your skills?" asked that voice in Izuku's head. Midoriya let out a beast-like roar. The men didn't know how to react. What had entered the base was practically a demon. Then a smokescreen came out of nowhere, sowing chaos and paranoia among the gang members. "Where are you?" a very frightened man asked. At that moment, one of them was pulled behind him and began screaming desperately, forcing the others to open fire.
The intruder wasn't hit, but some of the shots hit the gang members themselves. Slowly the smoke screen began to fade. The only man standing walked backward, until he felt himself colliding with something. "Ah!" he exclaimed, terrified, managing to hit Izuku's face with his weapon. He only turned his face away for a few seconds and then looked back at him. The subject trembled and only felt how the demon took his hand. At that moment the green-haired man applied pressure and practically tore his hand to pieces. "Uwa! Ah, my hand! You destroyed it!" he cried on his knees, looking at his turned fingers and bones peeking out from above the skin. "Diaryus, do it, Diaryus!" all for one ordered, watching as Izuku kicked him mercilessly, causing the subject to crash into several tables in the fighting bar. "Diaryus, good boy, Midoriya shonen." Diaryus said, the villain's voice in his head. The boy simply began to go up to the second floor at a very calm pace. The second floor was guarded by men in very elegant black suits, who pointed guns at him. "Don't move," the one in charge ordered, but the green-haired man raised his right hand, bent his middle finger, and applied pressure with his thumb. "Smash!" Izuku said, releasing his finger. Instantly an air bullet hit the men in charge of the floor with force, making them fly through the air and hit walls and furniture. "Diaryus, Midoriya shonen, if you can hear me, I beg you can still stop. I know you're upset, but abuse your strength." Diaryus All Might's voice was cut off. "You've talked too much. Peace symbol. Let the boy do things his way," the man in the suit asked. The boy went through the doors and found a corridor. He walked alone while the security cameras followed him. Then some whips came out of his body and hit them, destroying them. As Izuku continued on his way, several patrol cars began to park outside the fight club, while Detective Treese got out of one of them because gunshots and explosions had been heard coming from inside the club. "Move quickly," the young woman ordered, as the uniformed officers began to follow her with weapons in hand. Upon looking inside, they could find several wounded victims on the floor, some with broken limbs and others losing blood due to the power of the firearms. "Team 2 search for survivors. Team 1 follow me," the young officer ordered as they began to spread out throughout the club to help those who needed medical attention. "What happened?" an officer asked a semi-conscious man. He's a demon. He killed them all," the guy replied between tears, while Treese looked very worried. For his part, Izuku found himself in the actual reception area, a very elegant room in contrast to the dump that was the previous floors. Currently, men with swords were attacking him, while the boy's danger sensor alerted him constantly on when to dodge and when to attack. "You will not pass again, demon," exclaimed a Yakuza when the green-haired man answered him with a kick to the abdomen which practically made him vomit, and then he fell unconscious. "What do you want?" the other man asked behind him. Izuku didn't respond, so the man ran with his weapon raised. However, the whips intervened, stopping the attack. Izuku then turned around grimly. "You made the people I love suffer. I'm simply returning the favor," Izuku replied, grabbing him by the throat. "GGGGKK, AAAAGKKKKGHHH," the subject exclaimed as he was lifted up. "Midoriya, this is not you, boy, it's the anger inside you. We've all felt it and suffered it. Don't let it control you," Dagoro exclaimed, who was once again returned to darkness. "Diaryus, they really are annoying." "Diaryus," the man mentioned on his throne. "Diaryus, do it, boy. Finish him off." "Diaryus," the man in black asked while Izuku exerted more and more pressure on the man's neck, until he simply lost consciousness and the boy let him go. "Diaryus, that was disappointing." "Diaryus," the man commented, to see how Izuku took one of the swords and entered the main room, the one that had a box to see the fighting ring. There was the leader accompanied by some expert assassins. The men simply charged forward, however the black whips came to the boy's defense, taking the assassins by surprise. They were grabbed and began to be waved and hit against every wall and structure inside, then they were thrown away, leaving them completely unconscious. "Let's calm down. How about we start with who you are and what you want?" the man asked, stepping back. Then Izuku appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him over his shoulder and making him fall onto his desk. The noise made Komi and Chizuru jump at the sound. "I am your executioner and I will take your soul to hell," Izuku said sternly without taking his eyes off his target. "Stop! Stop!" the guy exclaimed while his hand was looking for something to defend himself with. Luckily he found something. Midoriya lifted him up and the man took advantage of the situation to use what appeared to be an electric weapon, which forced the creature to let go of him. He fell to his knees while the boy stepped back, being covered by some electricity. Ha 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 ha. Did you like that, you son of a bitch? Come on, I have more where that came from, the man mocked, while Izuku did it again. The boy raised his hand, flexing his ring finger while putting pressure with his thumb, and then released it. An air bullet hit the man, slamming him against a door, causing Komi and Chizuru to be scared by the noise inside. You messed with the wrong person, Midoriya said. Shoko recognized him and was about to run into his arms, but stopped suddenly. It was obvious it was Izuku, but he didn't look or behave like her best friend would. Wait, let's talk about this, boy, the man asked while Izuku began to deactivate the black whips. You have no forgiveness. Izuku grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and hit him with his natural strength. He didn't want this to end so soon. I will finish you and everything you represent. You will never see the light of day again, the green-haired man sentenced, hitting him in the face without measuring his blows. Komi was scared by this and backed away until he reached a wall. The boy had already broken the gangster's nose and his teeth were stained with blood. Izuku, don't do it, you'll cross a line that can mark you for life, Nana shouted, wanting to reach the green-haired boy. Diaryus, do it, Diaryus. Izuku hit the man. Diaryus, don't hold back. Diaryus. Another punch came again. Diaryus, destroy him. It's time for you to put yourself above the others. Diaryus. Diaryus, harder, hit. Finish him, show him the strength of a god. Diaryus all for one exclaimed forcefully. Izuku had his fist being surrounded by energy as he focused on the man's disfigured face, then a slap resounded. Enough! Komi shouted. Izuku, as he focused his gaze on her, ended up regaining consciousness of his actions. The boy looked at the man with a purple face and blood coming out of his mouth but still breathing. The black suit made from black whips faded away, revealing his classic green ninja suit, but without his mask, leaving his hair uncovered. Diaryus, no, this wasn't supposed to end like this. It's over now, Diaryus all for one exclaimed, when the black whips manifested inside the core and began to surround the villain, while the ancestors of One for All began to break free. Shoko, Izuku whispered as he felt the girl hug him and sob, while Chizuru kept her distance. He couldn't believe it was Izuku, the green ninja. The green ninja doesn't do these things. The green ninja is a good person. He's a hero who fights for what's right. He means hope for those who need it. The green ninja isn't a bully, please. Izuku, don't continue. The green ninja is my best friend. I don't want to fear my best friend, the girl whispered, not knowing that Detective Treese had heard Komi's words. What did I do? The green-haired man asked. He looked down and saw the leader of the place unconscious and in very bad condition, and then he saw his hands covered in blood. You stopped one of the most wanted criminals in the city and prevented him from abusing and trafficking these young ladies. Now, you have a 25-second head start to escape. My men are moving up, Detective Treese said, looking at the green-haired man with a neutral face. Treese, the green-haired man whispered upon seeing the woman. I expected a lot from the green ninja, but not that it was a boy. Go on, go, they will be fine. We will take them to their families, and I also need them to give their testimony, said the woman while the green-haired man turned to look at them. Komi nodded but Chizuru spoke. I want you to explain many things to me when we see each other again, said the brunette with a smile. At that moment several footsteps were heard. Treese pointed a tactical knife at Izuku, surprising the girls. Push me, the detective ordered. The green-haired man kicked her, making her crash against a wall just as Team 1 and 2 entered the room, finding their superior on the floor and the green ninja escaping. No, said the woman, stopping them. The girls. She pointed to the young women so that they would give them priority over Izuku. Minutes later, Izuku was on a rooftop meditating and was taken to the core. The boy already knew what was coming. However, Nana hugged him tightly. The bearers did not look upset, but sad. I think I owe you all a big apology, the green-haired man commented, very ashamed of himself. Please don't do it again. Please, Nana begged, while the boy felt a hand on his shoulder. This was All Might somewhat discouraged. Izuku, Midoriya, the first bearer, called for your actions. We should punish you. You acted violently. You hurt unnecessarily, using the gifts that were granted to you to do good, and you preferred to accept the help of All for One who guided you in a selfish and incorrect way, said the white-haired man while the boy lowered his gaze. However, this will not be the case, Dagoro said, arms crossed and somewhat serious. How? Izuku asked. surprised. He did the same to all of us, but, your case was the most aggressive and violent one we witnessed, Hikage explained, looking at Izuku. You may have failed to accept it, but he was right about something. We are afraid of our own power, of being seen as monsters, but that is something that should not stop you from following your own path, said the white-haired man. We will guide you, but we can't keep interfering in your life. You have to grow, make mistakes, and solve your problems. That's what you need. Daigoro explained with a smile. Midoriya Shonen, the means may not have been the best, but you did the right thing, All Might mentioned while the green-haired man was impressed with what his predecessors told him. Now let's get to the important part. Nana said, you are forbidden to isolate yourself from Shoko. You can isolate yourself from the rest, but you will not leave Shoko aside, sir. She is already involved in this life and I doubt she wants to let you go, the black-haired woman commented sternly. But, I have to get away, it could happen again, Izuku replied worriedly. You'll take care of that now, Daigoro commented with a smile, and I think you should give Miss Nakano, the one with the headphones, a chance. Something tells me you two will have a good time together, the bald man said amusedly. Hey, don't be serious, the green-haired man complained, while the first bearer went into the darkness and found his brother chained up. Are you leaving so soon? The first one asked, looking at his brother. Do you want me to stay? If I wanted, I could take the boy's body, and you know it, the man in the suit replied. You and I know it's not true, but you did have a big influence on him. It was an interesting life lesson, commented the first bearer turning his back. If you want to leave I won't stop you, but there's plenty of room for the 9 of us here. With those words the first one calmly left AFO behind. You're still a sentimental fool, AFO commented mockingly as he made his chair appear and sat down in the darkness. The night was quite hectic. Right now we can see how Komi and Chizuru were at the police station. The brunette wanted to prevent her situation from reaching the ears of a certain person, while an officer notified Komi's family. At this moment Shoko was sitting in a chair in front of Detective Treza's desk. The woman took out some pills and put them in her mouth hoping to lessen the pain caused by the kick and the impact. Well, how do you know the green ninja? The woman asked, taking a seat while Komi looked down. Chizuru, who was sitting in another chair next to Shoko, could see that the girl didn't want to talk. What does it mean to you? The brunette asked, watching the woman become serious. We have a complex relationship. He's my informant, a valuable ally I can count on for very dangerous cases. Other than that there are no ties that unite us. Our relationship is pure professionalism. That's why I asked him to hurt me. Otherwise my boys would try to capture him. People see him as a hero, while for the police he's just a crazy vigilante who puts people at risk with his actions, explained the woman looking at the girls. What if we tell him where he is and who he is, won't he go after him? The brunette questioned. She was grateful to Izuku. He saved her life twice. She couldn't just hand him over. He hasn't given me any reason to hunt him down, the detective replied calmly. He's a good person, Komi wrote, while Chizuru looked at him out of the corner of her eye. Where is she? Asked a loud female voice, making Shoko tense. Shoko-chan. The owner of that voice called. Calm down, ma'am, if you're that upset we won't be able to help you, a police officer said. Shoko Komi, that's my sister. Where is she? Shosuke asked in a serious tone, but he was very worried about her. Calm down everyone, I'll take you to your family member, the man said when he was taken by the shoulders. How can you ask me to calm down? The woman exclaimed, shaking the officer. They kidnapped my Shoko-chan. And then they tell me she's here. Why won't they let me see her? The woman questioned, very upset. Calm down, ma'am, the man asked with spiral eyes while a large part of the precinct had a drop of sweat running down the back of their necks. People usually arrived upset, but this woman broke the mold. Mrs. Komi, I'm Detective Treese, mentioned the brunette who, upon hearing the commotion, decided to intervene. If you would be so kind as to free Officer Nakamura, I'll take you to his daughter, explained the detective, watching as the woman nodded and freed the man who, after the shock, simply ended up on the floor with his eyes spiraling. Officer down, I repeat, officer down, this is not a drill, exclaimed some men as they went to help their colleague on the ground, while the Komi family approached Treza's desk where they saw the girl sitting next to another young woman. "Shoko!" The girl's mother shouted as she hugged her while rubbing her cheek against hers. "I'm so glad you're all right. You don't know the anguish and fear we felt when we knew that they had taken you away," the woman said while the young Komi hugged her mother too. "Wow, that's some motherly love," Chizuru thought as she saw Shoko and her mother examining her face and arms for wounds. "You can rest assured, apart from the scare the girls got, they didn't touch them." "Well, that's what Miss Mizuhara told me," explained the detective looking at herself as everyone was now looking at the brunette. "Don't worry, your daughter is fine, or that's what she tried to tell me," Mizuhara mentioned looking at the Komi family. At that moment the man of the family approached his daughter. The reflection of the glasses prevented his eyes from being seen, giving him a sinister look. Then he hit his fist against her hand, cracking his fingers. Whoever touched his daughter would pay. However, Komi calmly denied. That made the man breathe deeply but more calmly. Then he brought a hand to his daughter's head and ruffled her hair. "Is that all? Can we go now?" Shuko asked, clinging to her daughter. "We have already followed all the protocols. However, I would recommend taking your daughter to a psychologist. The same goes for you, Miss Mizuhara. A kidnapping is no small thing. It could leave you with after effects, and perhaps speaking with someone trained could help you. But that is only my recommendation. It is your decision whether you accept it or not," Therese mentioned, looking at those present. "Thanks for the advice. Anyway, I have to go home," the brunette commented, standing up. "Thank you very much for saving our lives," Mizuhara mentioned, starting to walk. Then Komi separated from her mother and approached Chizuru. "Me," the young woman murmured, wanting to tell him something. Mizuhara turned around and smiled. "Everything is fine. I hope we see each other again. Just don't let it be in a room with mobsters," the young woman said with a smile, making Komi smile. In the end Chizuru left while the Komi family bowed. "Thank you for rescuing and finding my daughter. We have no way to repay you," Shuko said very gratefully. "You know, I'm not one to steal credit. Your daughter's true hero is the Green Ninja. He defeated the kidnappers. I'm just giving your daughter back to you," the detective replied. After those words, the family decided to return home, while a light rain began to fall over the city, as if in this way it sought to clean up all the filth that happened during the day. Hospital. Right now we are in Hayase Nagatoro's room. The girl was accompanied, looking at the ceiling. After so many painkillers to relieve the pain, sleeping now would be a real adventure. The young woman was accompanied by a young man with blonde hair. The man had his hair shaved on the sides while his hair was long, slicked back, and tied back in a ponytail. Their clothing consisted of a red shirt, black jeans, and red sneakers. The boy was looking at his phone, when he looked up and saw her awake and sighed regretfully. "Are you okay?" the boy asked, while the girl, hearing him, turned her back on him. "Why aren't you trying to sleep?" the young man asked, looking at the clock. It was almost midnight. "I've been medicated all day. Besides, you know I can't sleep unless I'm in my bed," the girl replied without looking at him. He stood up while putting a hand on his shoulder and moving his head from side to side, cracking his neck. "I'll go find a vending machine and some coffee. Would you like anything?" the young man asked, putting away his cell phone and reaching into his pockets. "Anpan?" the girl asked while curling up in her bed. The young man smiled and left, leaving her alone. The girl heard the door close and seconds later open and close again while some footsteps approached her. "I told you I want an Anpan. Can't your tiny brain process it?" the girl replied without turning to look at him. "He's safe," a voice mentioned that made her open her eyes in surprise. She turned a little and could see the Green Ninja sitting in that chair where the person who was taking care of him had previously been. "Lascivious puppy," he whispered when he saw Izuku at his side. The boy removed his mask and hood, revealing his face again. Hayase was about to complain, but he could see the sadness and regret on the green-haired boy's face. "Because of these things I didn't want to have friends. My life is too complicated. Because of me and my bad decisions, Shoko, you and someone else ended up in trouble," explained the green-haired man with his gaze lowered. "How do I know you're not lying to me again?" Nagatoro asked with a rather stern expression. The green-haired man extended his hand and from the tips of his fingers came the black whips. This took Hayase by surprise. The whips reached the brunette's phone and he left it in her hands. "Check the networks," the boy asked, looking at Hayase, somewhat distrustful, doing what he asked her. It was then that they looked at several photos of Shoko back home, with the title, Safe and Sound, while there were thousands of comments from her classmates who were grateful that the goddess Komi was okay. Izuku stood up ready to leave, but Nagatoro's hand stopped him. The boy was going to ask her to let him go, but the brunette's annoyed look made him swallow hard and she yanked him to sit down. "We haven't finished talking yet," said the girl looking at the green-haired boy. "So, you're the green ninja and you have superpowers," mentioned the black-haired girl while Izuku nodded. "Does Shoko know?" asked Hayase watching the green-haired boy look away. "Does she know?" questioned the girl. The green-haired boy nodded in affirmative. "She was the first to find out. I didn't tell her," Izuku replied, while Nagatoro tried to calm down by taking deep breaths and then exhaling. "Who else knows?" the brunette asked, looking at Midoriya. "My neighbor. She was also kidnapped, but she saw me in action. You're the first one I've openly told that I'm the green ninja," the boy commented, making the black-haired girl blush a little. "So what are you planning to do?" asked the girl, who refused to look at him because of her blush. "I was planning to leave. I don't want to put them in danger anymore by being with me." However, the boy was violently grabbed by the collar of his clothes. Now he looked at Nagatoro seriously, blushing and with some annoyance. Don't happen to you," Hayase sentenced, clenching his jaw. "If you leave, Shoko is going to be very sad, and if she gets sad, you and I are going to have a lot of problems. You don't want to have problems with me, right?" "Stupid lascivious puppy," the young woman questioned, watching the green-haired man nod with some fear, although for some reason she could see that Nagatoro did something similar to Komi. In his head it seemed that cat ears grew when they showed intense emotions. "Hi Nagatoro-sama," Izuku replied scared. Good, that's how I like it," the girl mentioned, calming down a little, while silence formed between them again. "If it had been me," the girl mentioned, drawing the green-haired boy's attention. "Did you say something?" Midoriya asked, making Nagatoro blush. "Nothing. You better go. My older brother is coming back soon. If he sees you around here, he'll definitely kick your ass," declared the girl without looking at the green-haired man. "Hi, I just wanted to apologize for what happened to you. Believe me, if I had known what was going to happen to you, I would have prevented you from ending up here and Shoko from being taken away," the boy explained while the black-haired girl looked away. "So, just go and come back tomorrow?" the girl asked, looking down. Izuku smiled and ruffled her hair. "Sure, I'll come see you tomorrow," Izuku replied, taking his hand away and walking to the window. He turned to look at her and smiled as he opened the door and jumped out. Hayase smiled as she felt a little calmer. "So when can I meet your boyfriend?" a mocking voice asked, causing the girl to become completely agitated as she looked at her brother, who was holding 2 drinks and a bag of pre-packaged food. "Shut up, idiot," the girl shouted, completely red-faced, while her older brother could only laugh. For his part, Izuku found himself jumping between buildings. Although he didn't have a home in which to rest properly, it would be best to return and look for things that were still useful. Izuku arrived home and found a few patrol cars in the area. The green-haired man decided to remove his mask, take off his jacket, and flip it over, revealing a black reversible jacket. Once ready, he approached the entrance where the officers stopped him. "Sorry kid, but no one comes in, no one comes out," a woman in a police uniform mentioned. "But I live here, I'm a resident of E15," said the green-haired man, somewhat worried, making the officers look at each other. "Izuku Midoriya?" the officer's partner asked. The boy just nodded. "There was an altercation and they trivialized your room and your neighbors, from E16, the uniformed man explained. "What, my apartment?" the green-haired man asked, somewhat worried. The boy was given access to the apartment and upon arriving, he found Chizuru, who was also being helped by the officers who were taking notes in case anything was missing that had been stolen.
"Fortunately I have everything, but if anything is missing I will file a report," Chizuru said while the officers nodded. "Well, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to call us," a uniformed man commented as he left. "Mizuhara-san, is everything okay?" the green-haired boy asked worriedly, and the girl felt even more relieved when she heard him. "Hello Midoriya-kun, calm down, nothing happened, this happened when I wasn't there," the girl commented when she saw her friend. "Any idea what they were looking for?" The green-haired man asked, while she shook her head. You should check your apartment and see that you don't miss anything. If so, talk to the officers before they leave, the girl commented, making the green-haired man nod. It was then that a somewhat hunched old man appeared. Good evening, boys, the old man greeted, watching the two boys look surprised. Landlord, they both responded when they saw the rent man. Midoriya-san, Mizuhara-san, I don't know how you're going to take what I'm going to say, but there's only one room left, said the old man who had his hands behind his back. This left the young people in shock. A room? The green-haired man asked in surprise, while the old man nodded in agreement. Well, maybe I should look for a. At that moment Mizuhara grabbed him by the clothes. We'll take it, we'll share the room. The girl sentenced. If Izuku saved her life, she would save him from being on the streets. The green-haired boy looked surprised and then turned red. She just shook her head silently. She wasn't planning on letting him go so easily. Are you sure? Wouldn't it be awkward for two such young boys to live together? The man asked, looking at the youngsters. Mizuhara-san Izuku tried to say, but nothing prepared him for it. We're dating. The chemistry was inevitable after living side by side for so long. So, living together only prepares us for what's next. Don't you think? The girl asked with a smile, while the green-haired man blushed completely at her response. Well, if that's how things are, I'm not one to refuse. By the way, due to recent events, I'll raise the rent for the apartments. Otherwise, fixing these two rooms will take quite a while, the man explained, handing the keys to Mizuhara. Hi, thank you very much, we'll be paying the rent before the date as usual, explained the young brunette while the old man nodded. Now, why don't you go get your things? Love, I'll go ahead and open our new apartment, commented the brunette with a kind smile, while Izuku seemed to have melted. Nucleo de 1 for all. Right now we can see Nana very angry, while the table was starting to update. Shoko Komi, Nana Chizuru Mizuhara, En Teijina Senpei, Yoichi. Miku Nakano, Daigoro Kirisu Sensei, Toshinori Hayase Nagatoro, Resurrection. You don't want to participate? All might ask curiously, considering this better than the 8 o'clock soap opera. Now everyone was looking at a pair of silhouettes that were still dark. Since Midoriya had not yet established contact with the green-haired man, they simply denied and went into the shadows hiding, until a couple of steps made them turn around and everyone was on guard. You again? Nana asked, watching All for One walk down the corridor very calmly. Yoichi just watched in silence as he approached at a leisurely pace while the rest were ready to attack. Wait. The younger white-haired boy asked. It was then that All for One took the marker and wrote a name on the board. Sumariko Sanshokuin. AFO. The man left the marker in its place and simply returned to the darkness where his footsteps ceased to be heard, while the bearers looked at each other in shock. What was supposed to mean what he had just done? Back with Deku. The apartment was exactly the same, small and with only the necessary things. Izuku felt somewhat uncomfortable. He even felt like he was just going to get in the way. Right now the green-haired boy was leaving a couple of boxes and suitcases with belongings on the floor of the room, while Chizuru smiled. Well, it's not much, but we'll get along, the brunette commented with a friendly smile. Mizuhara-san, I don't think this is right. I'm just going to get in your way, and the apartment is too small for both of us, said the boy while the brunette approached the green-haired girl until they were face to face. You saved my life, not once, but twice. Look, let's treat this as a trial period. If you don't feel comfortable within the first month, we'll break up our fake relationship and I'll kick you out of the apartment. Does that sound okay? The brown-haired girl asked, explaining her idea. I guess it's okay, the green-haired man commented, letting out a sigh of regret. Do you know how many guys would kill to be in your shoes? The girl asked, knowing several lunatics who seriously ended up falling in love with her. Okay, now for the dorm rules. The girl smiled, and the green-haired boy felt like he was really going to have a bad time. A new day arrived and Izuku was at the school gates. He sighed in regret. Everything was simpler in Musutafu. Now the green-haired boy walked at a calm pace while everyone ignored him as always. However, he could feel how everyone was happier, and from what he heard, it was because Komi-sama was safe. Deku decided to ignore everything that was being said in the hallways. He just got to his seat and rested his head on his table. He was very tired. All night he was thinking about how his negative emotions affected him and how he hurt all those people even though they were criminals. The classroom had suddenly fallen silent. Now everyone was attentive to the person who had entered. His long dark hair hypnotized everyone. It was then that the green-haired boy felt someone touch his shoulder. Najimi, I don't know how much you've lost now, but I don't care, just leave me alone, I'm not in the mood. The green-haired boy asked, sounding somewhat irritated by the lack of sleep. However, his hand moved from his shoulder to his hair. The students were dying of envy. Izuku, feeling Najimi's insistence, looked up, but didn't find Najimi. Instead there was Komi standing next to him. The boy didn't know what to say. He didn't feel mentally prepared to talk to her after all the problems her risky life had caused him. The students were waiting for someone to say something, but they just looked at each other. Then Komi took out her notebook and a pen, wrote a few things, and then showed it. You look very tired. Didn't you sleep well? Komi asked, showing what she had written. It was a difficult night, Izuku replied somewhat embarrassed. Then Komi went back to writing in his notebook. Seconds later he showed the message. I understand, it wasn't easy for me either. Komi turned her notebook over and wrote one more sentence. Shall we have lunch together during the break? Komi asked, hiding behind her notebook, while Izuku felt a slight migraine that didn't go unnoticed by the girl. Yes, let's have lunch together, replied the green-haired man. Core. Nana Shimura, you're a cheater. You can't be causing the boy headaches just so he'll notice little Shoko. Daigoro complained while Nana stuck her tongue out at him in a childish manner. Okay, new rule. We all have the right to call Midoriya's attention just once. Nana, you've already used your chance. Yoichi sentenced, making the woman open her eyes wide. What? Wait, first, that's not fair. If I had known I would have used it properly. Can you give me one last chance? I want to use my wake-up call properly. Nana said while everyone looked at each other, curled up in a ball and began to murmur among themselves. Sometimes one raised his head and looked at her and then returned to the meeting where you could hear PSSS kisses. So, is it decided then? The first one asked the rest of the bearers, who nodded. Okay, Nana, we've all decided that. No? They exclaimed in unison, causing Nana to become depressed at being defeated by democracy. Back with Izuku. Classes were about to start. Everyone was waiting patiently for Kirisu, who for some reason had been delayed. Izuku looked at Shoko, who looked somewhat uncomfortable because the students kept asking her things about if she was scared, and others said that they would protect her. The green-haired boy was about to act when the doors opened and a peculiar red hair combed into a crest was seen. All of you should stay away from her. After all, I, the Great Groose, am the unmatched green ninja and the only one who could protect the goddess Komi, mentioned a tall boy with red hair, brown skin and golden eyes. Instantly everyone stepped back because the boy was big and with an exaggeratedly worked physique. What? Everyone shouted while Izuku looked surprised and Komi was very nervous. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.